Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Saint Seiya, Hades Reborn. Part 1. Darkness, Chaos, Confusion. Who am I? I am. That's right, I am Hades. In the void, Hades opened his eyes wide and immediately understood his identity. He was originally a transmigrator from the Blue Star, and now he had transmigrated into Greek mythology, becoming Hades, king of the underworld. It is not worth mentioning his past life. Now, he was a god in the truest sense. Unfortunately, although he was Hades, it was at the moment of his birth. And not long after he was born, he was sealed within the cosmos of his loving father, the king of the Titan clan, the second generation god king who ruled the entire universe, Cronus. As a god, Hades naturally possessed the most powerful and sacred force in the universe, the will of the gods. Possessing divinity at the level of a main god, he naturally knew that he was currently in the era of Greek mythology from the Saint Seiya series. God ranking in the Saint Seiya plane: super god greater than main god greater than second tier god greater than third rate god greater than unranked. Is this the power of Cronus? Truly terrifying. Feeling the infinite cosmos of Cronus, Hades' face darkened. Although he had divinity at the main god level and a cosmos that was also vast enough to be comparable to the entire universe, he was still far inferior to Cronus, who held the authority of the universe. At the very least, he was just Hades right now, not the Hades, king of the underworld of the Olympus pantheon. The law of the underworld was currently still under the control of Cronus. Furthermore, during the period when the Titan clan led by Cronus dominated the universe, the four great realms of the universe were only the sky, earth, ocean, and the underworld. The four realms, celestial realm, earth realm, sea realm, and the underworld, were created later by the three Olympus brothers. In the current universe, there was only the God King. If Hades wanted to become the Hades, king of the underworld from the myths and legends, it was still a long way off. Never mind that he was currently sealed within Cronus's cosmos. Even if he got out, he would first have to create the underworld to be qualified to be called Hades, king of the underworld. Just as Hades was contemplating how to break Cronus's seal and regain his freedom, in the void, his spirit felt a wave of trance and drowsiness. Cronus. It really isn't as simple as just a seal. Hades gritted his teeth. In his perception, his own divinity and his divine cosmos, which belonged to a god, were being slowly stripped away, absorbed, and assimilated by Cronus's cosmos. Although he would not die, if this continued, his divinity as a god and his growth potential would naturally be gradually weakened. Over time, Hades' divinity and potential would even be downgraded, demoted from the main god level to a second-tier god. For a god, this situation was simply more unbearable than killing Hades. One must know that in the Saint Seiya plane, divinity could be said to be the ability of the gods to grasp the origin of the world. Higher divinity meant being able to grasp more of the universe's origin and becoming a more powerful god. To put it bluntly, a god's growth potential and the highest achievements they could reach depended entirely on their divinity. If Cronus had merely sealed him, that would be one thing. If Hades got out, considering he was his biological father, perhaps he might even spare him in the end during the God War. But Cronus had actually gone as far as stripping away his divinity, which was tantamount to destroying Hades. There was nothing more to say. In the future, when Hades flourished, even if it meant carrying the reputation of patricide, he would make Cronus pay the price. And now, Hades understood a little why. In Greek mythology, he and his siblings, who were also children of Cronus and Rhea, were far inferior to Zeus, the youngest. Not to mention, having been sealed in his cosmos for a long time by Cronus and constantly having their divinity and potential stripped and absorbed, even if Hades and Poseidon wanted to compare themselves to Zeus, it was impossible. Furthermore, before transmigrating, Hades was a fan of the Saint Seiya series. No, not just the anime, Hades had also been exposed to the manga. He knew very clearly that Zeus was not as simple as imagined. Although it was not officially stated, rumors suggested that Zeus had intricate connections with the legendary super god, the source of Greek mythology, the first cause, the overlord of infinite space-time, Kronos. With this background, even though Zeus was the youngest of their 6 siblings, it was enough for him to suppress all of them. As that, Hestia. Hades glanced slightly into the depths of the dark universe. In his perception, he could sense that there was another divinity being stripped and devoured by Cronus's infinite cosmo. Hades knew that it was very likely their eldest sister, the future goddess of the hearth and home among the Olympus gods, Hestia. As for Poseidon, Demeter, and Hera, Hades had not yet sensed them at the moment. Perhaps they were in some place Hades could not sense, or perhaps they had not been born yet, so naturally, they would not have been sealed by Cronus. Because the birth order of Hades' 6 siblings is not completely clear, I have said it myself. From oldest to youngest, Hestia greater than Hades greater than Demeter greater than Poseidon greater than Hera greater than Zeus. And it was understandable for Hades to think this way, not for any other reason, but he could feel that he was currently in the state of a newborn baby. It was precisely because of this that even though Hades had the cosmo and divinity of a main god, he could not resist Cronus's exploitation. After all, no matter how excellent the software is, if the hardware cannot keep up, it will never be able to perform well. And since even he was in this state of being just born, aside from the eldest sister of the 6 siblings, Hestia, it was very possible that the others had not been born yet. Ding! Detected that the host has awakened, Hades' system bound successfully. It's here, it's finally here. As expected, for a transmigrator, a golden finger is standard equipment. Hades' system. It certainly fits my identity well. Hades' mind shook. Although he was still just a newborn baby, his bright eyes were shining in this pitch-black universe. System, is there a newbie gift pack? Ding! Newbie gift pack has been distributed. Do you want to open it? Open. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 copy of the Law of the Underworld Eastern Prehistoric Mythology How-To version. The host can use this to combine with the Law of the Underworld of Greek mythology to create a more perfect underworld and become a more powerful Hades, king of the underworld. The system's voice rang in Hades' mind. In the void, countless laws surged into Hades' soul, which caused Hades' divinity to increase to a considerable degree. Although it was still at the main god level, compared to the original Hades, it was definitely stronger and not weaker. Ding! Detected that the current environment of the host possesses the law of the underworld, starting absorption. Ding! Detected that the host's divinity is being stripped and absorbed, reverse stripping started. You provided Saint Seiya. Reborn Hades, fellow Taoist stabbing his foster father. The earth, Mount Othris. This was the stronghold of the Titan clan, where the temples of the Titan gods stood upon the mountain. Cronus, the king of gods, and Rhea, the queen of gods, resided here. Although the Titan clan dominated the entire universe, Cronus's ability to defeat the first king of gods, the sky god, Uranus, and seize the supreme divine authority, was still reliant on the help of his mother, the Earth Mother, Gaia. Therefore, Cronus established the base of operations for the Titan clan on the Earth. However, he himself was not actually grateful to Gaia, his mother. As the king of gods who presided over time and space and ended all things, Cronus, like his father Uranus, did not acknowledge any god other than himself. In other words, in the eyes of the aloof and even arrogant Cronus, he completely rejected any god other than himself. In his eyes, there was only one god, and that was Cronus himself. Everyone else, including his siblings and even his wife, Rhea, were all mere ants. To the lives of this world and indeed the entire universe, Cronus only gave them 2 choices, submission or death. Of course, Cronus had the capital to be arrogant. In the current mythical era, excluding the primordial gods who were either dead, sealed, or dormant, he was the only god to have reached the level of a main god. Although he was one of the 12 titans, as the strongest god, there was a dimensional gap between him and the other 11 titan gods. Because the other 11 Titan gods were merely second-tier gods, while he, Cronus, was a main god, that was the difference. For a god who has reached the level of a main god, the minimum standard for their cosmo is at the level of the entire universe. As for the second-tier gods, while their cosmo was vast, compared to the universe level of a main god, it was trash. It was only natural that Cronus would look down upon his brothers and sisters. Moreover, after killing his father Uranus, Cronus had also seized the ultimate power that only a primordial god could possess. This ultimate power was the strength possessed by the primordial gods who created the world. It was a pure force capable of creating and destroying countless universes, and the chaotic force that allowed the universe to expand infinitely and form everything within it. Cosmo is divided into divine cosmo and human cosmo, divine Cosmo is far stronger than human Cosmo, and the ultimate power exists above Cosmo. This power far surpassed Cosmo. All other powers were merely degraded products of the ultimate power. With these two combined, and having mastered the supreme divine authority over the sky, earth, underworld, and sea of the entire universe, it is no exaggeration to say that Cronus's power had grown to the limit of the main god level. His divine will had thus erupted with infinite divine power. Even if he were to fight with maximum strength for hundreds of billions of years, there would be no loss whatsoever, so the concept of energy depletion did not apply to him. It could be said that at the level of a main god, Cronus was almost synonymous with invincible. In front of this, king of gods, in the true sense, even primordial gods like Pontus and Tartarus dared not defy him and could only choose to submit. My king. Rhea, you are pregnant again. Looking at the goddess kneeling before him with a slightly rounded belly, although she was his sister and wife, there was little pity in Cronus's eyes. Perhaps there was a sliver of love, but definitely not much. Regarding this, the second-generation Earth Mother and Goddess of Time, Rhea, was full of respect and dared not show the slightest bit of overstepping. It was true that she was Cronus's wife, but before being a wife, she, like the other 11 Titan gods, was a subject of Cronus. Yes, my king. It is expected that this child will be born in a few years. Once the child is born, bring it to me yourself. Yes. Rhea replied, her expression showing some pain. Ever since she married Cronus and gave birth to several children, she had come to understand the pain of their mother, the Earth Mother, Gaia, more and more. Just as Uranus had dominated the entire universe and abused and sealed his own children, Cronus was no better. However, Cronus was not completely heartless towards his siblings and other gods. Although they were similarly looked down upon and rejected, as long as they obeyed and submitted, Cronus would not go so far as to kill them indiscriminately. The only thing that caused Rhea pain was the curse Uranus had cast before he was killed by Cronus. Cronus, just as I was killed by my own child, you too shall be killed by your own son. One must know that primordial gods possessed unique characteristics, and among these, the primordial divine word was a truly terrifying power. The words they spoke would become prophecies, almost impossible to reverse, and would eventually become reality. Although Cronus was powerful, he could not reverse this curse of Uranus. Therefore, while other Titan gods married and had children, enjoying the pleasures of family life, Cronus could only seal his children away one by one. The purpose was to prevent this curse from coming to pass. And as both his wife and subject, Rhea could only choose to support him. She loved her husband, and naturally, she could not watch helplessly as her husband met his doom. Although gods do not die in the true sense, at most falling into an eternal slumber, what is the difference between an eternal slumber and death? Since she did not want her husband to suffer, she had no choice but to let their children suffer. Not long ago, Cronus had sealed away her second child, her eldest son, Hades, who had just been born. Rhea knew very well that, barring any accidents, as a mother, she would likely never see her two children, Hestia and Hades, ever again. And just after Rhea withdrew, one of the 12 Titans, the husband of Themis, the god of dimensions, Iapetus, walked in and knelt before his younger brother, who was also his king, Cronus. Iapetus, do you have something to report? Yes, my king. My son, Prometheus, sees that the earth is lonely and wishes to create new life upon the body of the mother, Gaia, to let this land flourish. Iapetus dares not act on his own authority, and has come specifically to seek the king's permission. After Iapetus finished speaking, he lowered his head, not daring to look directly at Cronus. After all, their king of gods, Cronus, was the existence who presided over time and ended all life. He had even killed their father, the sky god, Uranus. It could be said that if they were to create life privately without Cronus's permission, that would be the greatest disrespect to their king. And it was precisely because of this that Iapetus had come here specifically to ask for permission. Creating life. Interesting. Let Prometheus do it, Iapetus. However, if the life Prometheus creates cannot satisfy me, then I shall harvest them. Yes. Iapetus replied, not daring to show the slightest negligence. If Prometheus were to anger Cronus because of this, and be punished or even killed, Iapetus would have nothing to say. After all, from the very beginning, Cronus was never a benevolent king of gods. Cronus was also quite satisfied with Iapetus's respect. Cronus might not be considered benevolent to those who submitted to him, but he was not as tyrannical as Uranus. Not to mention anything else, his 11 Titan brothers and sisters had obtained authority under his rule. Although they were only second-tier gods, being able to master a portion of the universe's authority meant they could be considered great gods. As for the main god, that was the master of the universe. As far as the current era is concerned, naturally, only he, Cronus, held that title. As for other gods, whoever dared to contend with Cronus for the authority of the universe, Cronus would finish them off. Even if it were their own parents, Cronus would not show mercy. Iapetus, you, what? Suddenly, Cronus, sitting on the main throne, changed his expression. His cosmo expanded instantly, shrouding the entire universe in an instant. However, within his infinitely vast universe, a black dot that did not belong to him had transformed into a black hole, constantly draining his power and origin. Even the law of the underworld, which he controlled, was being stripped away by that black path. Although Cronus was somewhat confused as to why the black hole was only taking the law of the underworld instead of all the laws, regardless, this was not something Cronus could accept. He was the king of gods, the ruler of the entire universe. Only when he was willing to give could others take. Without his permission, anyone who dared to take what belonged to him without authorization would surely be given the most terrifying punishment by Cronus. It was also at the moment Cronus's cosmo erupted that the other Titan gods in the temple on Mount Othris rushed into the Great Hall to pay their respects to Cronus. They did not know what had happened here, but they could sense Cronus's rage. O king, what has caused you such anger? O king, please calm your anger, let us relieve your worries. Hyperion, Koios, and the other Titan gods knelt before Cronus, waiting for the king's command. To this, Cronus did not even glance at them. He only felt the black hole within his cosmo, checking the issue within. So that's it. Hades, I didn't expect that you, having been born only a few months ago, would dare to defy me like this. As soon as Cronus said this, the Titan gods below could not help but change their expressions, their looks full of complexity. Especially Rhea, as the mother goddess, she never expected that Hades, still just an infant, could make her husband, Cronus, so angry. In this instant, the Titan gods could not help but think of the curse of Uranus. They were all speculating, could it be that the curse of their father god was about to be fulfilled on Cronus's eldest son, Hades? Of course, if one were to speak of complex emotions, Cronus was actually not much different. From the moment his and Rhea's first child, their eldest daughter, Hestia, was born, Cronus knew that his children as the king of gods were likely not simple. It was for no other reason than that Hestia was a main god-level existence the moment she was born. And since even his daughter was like this, the other children naturally would not be any worse. Sure enough, his and Rhea's second child, their eldest son, Hades, was also of main god level. Moreover, his divinity and cosmo were only stronger, not weaker, than Hestia's. Speaking of which, the reason Cronus did not kill the two children on the spot was because he knew that opportunity and danger coexisted. Admittedly, Hestia and Hades posed a significant potential threat to Cronus, but to Cronus, the two newborns were no less than two pieces of fatty meat dripping with oil. If he could devour and absorb the power of the main god-level divinity and cosmo of the two, it would undoubtedly be of great benefit to Cronus. Even if he could not transcend everything to become a super god beyond the main gods, it could still make him more powerful. It was precisely because of this that Cronus sealed Hestia and Hades within his cosmo. As for the result, just as he had expected, the divinity and cosmo constantly squeezed from his two children did indeed strengthen him. Even if that strength was negligible, at Cronus's level, even the slightest growth was a tremendous opportunity. For this reason, Cronus had even thought of using Rhea as a baby-making machine, having a few more, and sealing them up. By then, perhaps he could break free from the shackles of the main gods and become a super god who surpassed everything. But now, he never expected that the fatty meat in his mind could no longer be squeezed for oil, and instead had turned into a tumor, turning back to absorb his nutrients. This made Cronus wary of Hades while also giving rise to intense killing intent. A tumor, it's best to cut it out, once and for all. Perhaps this would cause internal injury, but the divine blood flowing in the bodies of the gods possessed great power and immortality, Minor injuries could be recovered from quickly, not to mention the divine blood of a king of gods like Cronus. Almost in the next second, a soma, the god-slaying scythe, appeared in Cronus's hand. That was the divine artifact bestowed by the Earth Mother Goddess Gaia upon her children, the 12 Titans. It was not only a weapon but also served as a battle cloth. Especially Cronus's soma, the god-slaying scythe, which was the strongest soma. Unlike the somas of other Titan gods, when Cronus's god-slaying scythe was forged, Gaia had added the light of Genesis to it. That was the first light at the time of the universe's creation. When that light appeared, it was like a blade, easily causing wounds on Gaia's divine body, and possessed lethal lethality to gods. Therefore, if the divine artifacts of other gods were merely divine artifacts, then the divine artifact forged with the light of Genesis was a god-slaying weapon, possessing powerful god-slaying power. It was precisely because of this power that Cronus was able to kill his own father god, the sky, Uranus. And now, Cronus was also going to use this god-slaying scythe to kill his eldest son, Hades. Holy crap, I wouldn't get killed right after transmigrating, would I? At this moment, Hades, who had manifested as a black hole, also changed his expression drastically. Just the moment Cronus summoned the god-slaying scythe, he felt an unprecedented crisis. Hades had actually delved quite a bit into the Saint Seiya anime and manga series. He knew very well what Cronus's god-slaying scythe meant. It was a great scythe that could sever time and space, slice through dimensions, and cut through nothingness. It could be said that even without the god-slaying scythe actively attacking, simply hitting it would cause terrible damage. Moreover, the unequipped great scythe also had the ability to reflect all attacks, let alone that Hades was just an infant now. Even if it were an adult Hades wearing a battle cloth, being slashed by the god-slaying scythe would likely result in instant death. System, surely you don't want your newly bound host to get killed, right? Hades communicated with the system in his mind. Being targeted by Cronus so quickly, if the system didn't intervene, he would likely be finished. Perhaps he, Hades, would even break the record for the fastest dying transmigrator in novel history. Rest assured, host, the system values its reputation. Within 5 minutes, the system will ensure your safety. And what about after 5 minutes? You're on your own. Hades greeted the system with a string of colorful thoughts, but he knew that the system protecting him for 5 minutes was already quite generous. Regardless, the system was a king of the underworld system, not a nanny, and had no obligation to protect him. However, the system bore an undeniable responsibility for the dangerous situation Hades currently faced. After all, if things had followed the original plot, Hades could have simply waited for Zeus's rescue later on. Even if his divinity and potential were damaged, he could still become Hades, king of the underworld, and would remain that same ruler. Relying on his knowledge of mythology and the plot of Saint Seiya, he could have easily carved out a successful path. Unlike now, where he was directly facing the risk of being killed. Die, Hades. While Hades was terrified, Cronus immediately took action. The god-slaying scythe shimmered with a dark, gloomy blade light, instantly slashing down towards the black hole that Hades had transformed into. Sizzle. In an instant, space and time were torn apart under the god-slaying scythe. Yet, when that blade struck the center of the black hole, the divine power of someone as strong as Cronus instantly dissipated into nothingness, as if devoured by the black hole. But only Hades knew that his own power was completely incapable of absorbing or neutralizing Cronus's attack. The moment Cronus made his move, the system began to exert its power. Since it promised to keep Hades safe for 5 minutes, let alone Cronus, even if the super god Kronos arrived in person, he would be equally helpless within those 5 minutes. How is this possible? The king's god-slaying power cannot sanction Hades. Hades, could he truly be the one prophesied by Father Uranus? The Titan gods below watched this scene, all unable to help but be terrified. In their view, even if the curse of Uranus was destined to come true, this retribution was coming far too quickly. One must know that since Cronus overthrew Uranus and became the second king of the gods to rule the universe, only 100 years had passed. These 100 years might be very long for humans, but for the gods, it was merely the time it takes to take a nap. Oh, by the way, humans had not yet been created in the current world. In Greek mythology, it was Prometheus who created humans, and his father, Iapetus, had only just requested permission from Cronus. It's useless, Cronus, your attacks are ineffective against me. Although he was panicking on the inside, Hades still feigned a calm appearance. He knew that if he couldn't suppress Cronus, then after the 5 minutes were up, he would truly have no protection left. Stop spouting nonsense, Hades. I am the god born to give birth to the concept of death, born to seize all life. In the entire universe, whether it is a god or an ant, there is no existence that I cannot kill. Cronus roared, accelerating the slashing of his scythe, seemingly eager to shatter the black hole Hades had become to prove his point. But no matter how he attacked, all his offensives ultimately dissipated into nothingness under the system's protection, which only made Cronus increasingly furious and frustrated. Kill your father. You must kill the great sky god Uranus. This is because you were born to seize all life. You are the god born to bring about death. In the depths of his consciousness, Cronus recalled the whispers of his mother, Gaia. And he had indeed done so, relying on the divine power bestowed by Gaia, the strongest soma, and the first god-slaying weapon in Greek mythology, the god-slaying scythe. Cronus had successfully overthrown his father, Uranus. However, now, when he saw that no matter how he attacked, he could not kill Hades, Cronus wavered. He even began to doubt whether his mother, Gaia, the Earth Mother Goddess, was wrong. If he truly existed to seize all life, why couldn't he even kill his own son? This made no sense. Meanwhile, Hades was actually panicking internally. From the moment Cronus began his attack, he had been silently counting down the time. As the 5 minutes of protection gradually passed, Hades grew increasingly anxious. Fortunately, the black hole he had transformed into prevented anyone from seeing his expression or reading his mind. Otherwise, Cronus would have likely discovered the truth long ago and wouldn't have had his will shaken. It's useless, Cronus. I, Hades, am the true god born to seize all life. The lives of everything in the universe will ultimately be under my dominion. I will become Hades, king of the underworld, a god who even governs the life and death of other gods. Cronus, remember this, every cause has an effect, and I am your retribution. As soon as Hades said this, the god-slaying scythe in Cronus's hand paused, and he stared at the black hole Hades had become with a face full of uncertainty and shock. The next instant, Cronus's expression changed involuntarily. Within his perception, a quarter of the authority over the entire universe that he held, specifically the law of the underworld among the 4 great laws of heaven, earth, underworld, and sea, along with the authority over the underworld, was being forcibly stripped away by Hades and taken from him. Hades. Cronus's expression was full of ferocity, as if he wanted to tear Hades apart and devour him alive. Having lost the law of the underworld and the authority over the underworld, Cronus completely lost his dominion over the underworld. Hades was quite bewildered at this moment. He knew his own situation best. Right now, he had no ability to seize power from Cronus. Naturally, it was the system that had done it. However, Hades was also very pleased with this. With the authority over the underworld and the law of the underworld, he could finally be considered to have initially become Hades, king of the underworld. Only by creating the underworld realm on the foundation of the underworld in the future would he truly be the real Hades, king of the underworld. Furthermore, there was a high probability that Hades would become an existence surpassing the original plot, standing shoulder to shoulder with Zeus, or perhaps even becoming a super god. Ding! The law of the underworld and the authority over the underworld have been successfully stripped. Newbie protection time has ended. Host, please create the underworld realm as soon as possible and become a true Hades, king of the underworld. At that time, the system's functions will be fully unlocked. Create a full underworld. I'd better run first. Looking at the ferocious-looking Cronus, Hades dared not stay in his cosmo any longer. With a flash of his divine thought, he instantly tore through space and the seal, disappearing from the eyes of the Titan gods. This was only thanks to the Titan gods being shocked and Cronus's will being shaken. Otherwise, in front of Cronus, Hades likely wouldn't even have had the chance to run, and would have been killed by a single strike of the scythe. King Hades' escape left the Titan gods in a state of shock. Cronus steadied himself, and while stunned, a trace of lividness appeared on his face. King, let me, Hyperion, set out and personally bring Hades back. One of the 12 titans, the sun god, Hyperion, lowered his head and said respectfully. Although Cronus was somewhat tyrannical, it was he who had rescued them, his brothers and sisters, from the hands of the cruel and unreasonable Uranus. Therefore, the other 11 Titan gods had no objections to Cronus becoming king. On the contrary, they were in full agreement. And he, the sun god Hyperion, was the strongest male god among the 12 Titans, excluding Cronus. Although Hades possessed godhood and Cosmo at the level of a main god, and had seized the authority of the underworld from Cronus, showing extraordinary potential, do not forget that the current Hades was, after all, just an infant. Under such circumstances, how much of that main god's power could he actually wield? As an outstanding second-tier god, it would absolutely not be difficult for Hyperion to capture the current Hades. In fact, if other Titan gods were to take action, it likely wouldn't be a problem either. Then, I will leave it to you, Hyperion. I also grant permission for Iapetus and Prometheus to create life, let him go ahead and do it. The rest of you, withdraw. Rhea, you stay. Yes. The Titan gods responded one after another. Soon, only Rhea remained in the entire temple hall, kneeling respectfully before Cronus. That brat Hades, I was actually bluffed by his words earlier, it was truly unbecoming. King, this is not your fault, we were all the same. Enough, Rhea, I do not mean to blame you. It is just that now that I have calmed down and thought about it, I have discovered that there are quite a few problems with Hades. King, you mean, setting aside how Hades neutralized my god-slaying scythe, his intelligence seems to have awakened a bit too early. Once Cronus said this, Rhea finally realized it, her expression full of astonishment. One must know that from pregnancy to childbirth, the time required for a goddess to give birth is not as simple as the mere 10 months for humans, it ranges from 3 years to several decades. As for Hades, Rhea remembered very clearly that she had been pregnant for 5 years. And from the time he was born until he was sealed by Cronus, it had only been a mere few months. In just a few months, Hades possessed intelligence not inferior to that of an adult god, this clearly defied common sense. Not to mention anything else, Hestia, who was born before Hades, was still in a daze. King, then how should Hades be handled? Rhea asked. Although she felt very heartbroken for her child, compared to her child, Rhea still loved her husband, Cronus, a bit more. For the sake of her husband, Rhea had already decided to abandon Hades. Since I cannot kill him, then I will just banish him to the void. Once the words left his mouth, Cronus narrowed his eyes slightly, then walked down the steps and placed a hand on Rhea's shoulder. Rhea, I am going to the underworld. The underworld. Yes, there are some things I need to ask Nyx personally. Cronus said. Although he held himself in high regard and did not acknowledge any god other than himself, Cronus knew in his heart that among all the gods in the universe, there were still a few deities that made him extremely wary. Nyx was one of them. Although that goddess of night belonged to the primordial gods just like his parents, Uranus and Gaia, Nyx was the most mysterious and terrifying existence among all the primordial gods. Just like him, Cronus, during the time the sky god ruled the entire universe, he also dared not provoke that goddess of night. And after Cronus overthrew Uranus and became king, Gaia had also warned him many times that he must absolutely never offend Nyx. To this day, Cronus still remembered the expression of extreme wariness on his mother, Gaia. The underworld was located between the crack of the earth and the abyss of Tartarus. Nowadays, at a time when humans had not yet been created and the underworld had not yet taken shape, the so-called underworld was just a vast, pitch-black space. And in this vast space, a continent was drifting. On the continent was a temple, which was the dwelling place of the goddess of night Nyx, her husband, the god of darkness Erebus, who was also a primordial god, and their many children. Although it was terrifyingly dark here, it could not obscure the vision of the gods. Especially the gods led by Nyx, they were deities born from the dark side of the universe. They could basically be said to be completely opposing existences to gods like Gaia and Uranus, who were born from the light side of the universe. However, opposition did not mean hostility. Moreover, Nyx's status was extremely special. Even if they did not hold the authority over the underworld, Cronus dared not drive them out of their home. Hypnos. In the temple, Nyx's call suddenly rang out in this pitch-black space. The deity who ruled over sleep, one of Nyx's children, Hypnos, immediately appeared and knelt before Nyx. Among the gods, those who valued family affection were ultimately few. Regarding the woman in front of him wearing a black dress, Hypnos's eyes were filled with awe and fear, with no other emotions, let alone anything like acting spoiled. Just by making eye contact with Nyx, her deep eyes were enough to make Hypnos have nightmares for several months. Lady Nyx, Hypnos has come to pay his respects. Please, give your orders. Just like the Titan gods when they met Cronus, when facing his own mother, Hypnos also faced Nyx as a subject. Nyx looked at Hypnos, her eyes devoid of any unnecessary expression. It was as if in her eyes, her own son was no different from a weed on the side of the road. Fate should have been seamless, but now, a fish that slipped through the net has jumped out of the track of fate. According to the guidance of fate, he has quite a lot of connections with you all. I am very interested in him and want you to go and make contact with him in advance. Someone is actually able to jump out of the track of fate. Hypnos was full of astonishment. Although he did not know much, he was clear that an existence capable of making his mother, Nyx, interested must certainly not be underestimated. Fixed numbers are inevitable and cannot be changed, but the shackles of fate can be broken. However, in the eternal cycle of reincarnation, not a single god who has broken the shackles of fate has appeared so far. That fish that slipped through the net is still very small right now and can only splash a tiny bit of water. However, if he is raised to be plump, perhaps there will be unexpected performances. Nyx said, and with a wave of her hand, a silver pentagram necklace immediately appeared out of thin air, then flew into Hypnos's hand. Hypnos, according to the guidance of fate, go and find him. Then, give that necklace to him. One day, he will appear before me. Yes. Hypnos responded, and then disappeared into the underworld. Provided by great god Dao Tong Yifu's Saint Seiya, reborn Hades. Just as Hypnos had left the underworld, Cronus's massive cosmos suddenly shrouded the dark temple. You've come for Hades, haven't you, Cronus? Nyx wore an indifferent expression, unfazed by the world. For Cronus, other gods might be extremely fearful, but in Nyx's eyes, only a super god could stir any emotion in her. Cronus might be strong, but that was just about it. Just as Nyx finished speaking, Cronus appeared before her. Although this is also a divine domain under my control, but, as expected, I still don't like this place. A strange look flashed in Cronus's eyes. His happiness was built upon the suffering of all living things, yet he himself did not like suffering. And the current underworld was merely a space of nothingness and darkness. Although there were occasionally some wandering souls drifting by, in this vast, dark region, it still seemed incomparably lonely, darker than a pitch-black room. Who could possibly like a place like this? Cronus found it hard to understand. Clearly, Nyx possessed power far beyond ordinary gods and could have freely chosen a beautiful environment to live in, yet she insisted on living here with the gods under her command. This was truly very unusual. Those who have never seen the light naturally will not reject the darkness. O Cronus, your mother Gaia says you are the god born to bring about death. Then, have you ever thought that one day you, too, will die? That day will never come. Cronus's eyes were filled with a murderous aura. If it were anyone other than Nyx daring to speak to him like that, Cronus would have already slashed them with his scythe. To this, Nyx remained indifferent. Before fate arrives, who can be sure they are not within fate? Then tell me, Nyx. Is Hades my destined nemesis? Don't try to be vague, I know you must know. Cronus stared straight into Nyx's eyes. Although those deep, profound eyes made his scalp tingle just looking at them, he persisted in holding her gaze. Of course, if Nyx did not intend to speak, Cronus would not press further. He had come here with at least a bit of a, try my luck, attitude. The goddess of the night standing before him possessed mysterious and powerful might capable of constraining the gods. Even as conceited as he was, when facing Nyx, he had to show 3 parts of reverence and dared not be overly aggressive. To this, Nyx also looked deeply at Cronus. Her expression, which could be described as paralyzed, truly made one wonder what she was thinking. Hades is not your destined nemesis. When that god is born, even if I don't say anything, you yourself will have a sense of it. Is that so? Cronus's mood was inexplicably complex. He had already prepared to return empty-handed, but he didn't expect that Nyx would actually tell him. However, Cronus was also somewhat surprised that the eerie Hades was not actually his destined nemesis. Clearly, he had already prepared himself mentally to banish Hades outside the universe. O Cronus, although Hades is not your destined nemesis, as your eldest son, he is the god truly born for death. It is an inevitable certainty that the underworld will be governed by him. He will rule the lives of the entire universe and is the future king of the underworld. There will be no king of the underworld. The only god who can rule the lives of the entire universe is me, Cronus. Cronus said, and his body gradually faded, then completely disappeared from the underworld. Since he had already obtained the answer from Nyx, he had no intention of continuing to stay here. As for Hades, even if he was not his destined nemesis, Cronus would not let him go. Not to mention anything else, Cronus had to seize the authority of the underworld from Hades's hands. Seeing him leave, the always calm and composed Nyx rarely raised the corners of her mouth. If Hypnos or other underworld gods saw this scene, they might be so shocked their jaws would drop. The cold and ruthless goddess of the night actually showed a smile. This could be considered the first time since the creation of the universe. Meanwhile, on an island in the ocean. Although I escaped, this newborn body makes it inconvenient even to move around. Hades's infant body floated in midair, filled with helplessness. Fortunately, he was a god, and as a transmigrator, he possessed enough wisdom to master the divine power corresponding to the laws and authority. He, Hades, although not yet the king of the underworld, possessed every bit of the power that the king of the underworld should have. Not only did he control many powerful laws such as darkness, the path to the underworld, souls, death, and plague, but he also held the authority of the underworld, which destined him to be at least a god-king of a realm in the future. However, no matter how strong he would be in the future, that was a matter for the future. As an infant, it was truly difficult for him to unleash his powerful main god-level divine power. Furthermore, having just escaped the Titan clan temple, Hades dared not excessively display his divine power in Cosmo. Instead, he restrained his power to the maximum extent, retaining only the basic divine sense as the ability to act, to prevent being found by the Titan gods. No matter what, the current era was named Cronus. During the period when the Titan gods ruled the universe, no matter how big the world was, it would have to wait until Hades grew up. Fortunately, as a god, Hades did not need to eat, drink, or defecate like humans, which saved him a lot of trouble. Furthermore, even if Hades wanted to eat, he really couldn't find any good ingredients right now. Looking at the dinosaurs moving around him, as well as a bunch of unnamed animals, Hades really didn't think they could be eaten as food. As for humans, Hades had not yet sensed the existence of this race on the Earth. However, Hades knew that the golden age of humanity was precisely the mythological period ruled by Cronus. Therefore, humans being created was only a matter of time. By the way, gods basically all mastered the power known as omniscience and omnipotence. However, the scope of omniscience and omnipotence would be limited according to the god's strength level. For a second-tier god, their perception range could reach a universe of hundreds of billions, or even tens of trillions of light years. For a third-rate god, it was much smaller, only about tens of thousands of light years, which was about the size of a solar system. As for the main god level, that was naturally universe-wide. Moreover, the omniscience and omnipotence between gods could interfere with each other, and could even distort reality to obscure the secrets of heaven, achieving the effect of hindering other gods from perceiving and understanding the truth. For example, Hades, after escaping, immediately used omniscience and omnipotence to shield his own information. If it were not for this, the Titan gods would have attacked immediately, and Hades would probably have been captured on the spot. Detestable sunlight. Whether it was due to the laws of reality or because he had inherited the personality of Hades from the original work, Hades found the sun, with its brilliant radiance, somewhat annoying. At this moment, Hades was floating, having found a cave on the island to hide in. Of course, while hiding, he remained vigilant of his surroundings. The moment he sensed something amiss, he would leave immediately and find another place to hide. Come to think of it, the reason he chose to find a hiding place on the sea was also due to the issue of the divine realms ruled by Cronus. Although Cronus was the ruler of the entire universe, dominating the four divine realms of heaven, earth, the underworld, and the sea, strictly speaking, he only truly ruled the sky and the land. There is no need to mention the underworld. Cronus himself did not like that place. Coupled with his wariness of Nyx, the underworld had always been ignored by him and was not valued by Cronus. Compared to the underworld, Cronus actually preferred the abyss, Tartarus. It was not that it was a good place. On the contrary, Tartarus was a hell deeper, darker, and more terrifying than the underworld. Not only Cronus, but all gods actually hated, or even feared, that place. But compared to the underworld, Tartarus could serve as a prison to confine gods, which was why it was a place Cronus valued highly. During the time Uranus ruled the universe, many of the children he disliked were imprisoned by Uranus in Tartarus. Cronus was actually the same. He also had gods he disliked, and in situations where he did not want to kill them, he would imprison those gods in Tartarus, dooming them to eternal suffering. Besides the underworld, the ocean was also a divine realm over which Cronus had lower control. Nowadays, the deity who ruled the ocean was the sea god Nerus. He was the son of the earth mother goddess Gaia and her child, the sea god, Pontus, who was also one of the primordial gods, making him a half-brother of Cronus. Of course, the reason Nerus could rule the sea was because he chose to submit to Cronus. If not for that, Nerus would have long since died under the god-slaying scythe of Cronus. He had even killed his own father, the sky god, Uranus, so why would he care about a Pontus? It could be said that given Nerus's background, if Cronus really wanted to take action against him, he could kill him without any pressure at all. Moreover, Cronus did not completely ignore the ocean. Among the 12 titans, Oceanus was the god who governed all flowing seas, the god of fresh streams. Although Nerus ruled over most of the sea, a portion of it was also governed by Oceanus. It was just that besides the sea, Oceanus also governed the various river basins of the earth realm. He was also a river god. If not for that, if Oceanus had wanted to rule the ocean, Cronus would certainly have supported him and let him help manage it. After all, compared to his half-brother Nerus, Cronus would certainly trust Oceanus more, who was also one of the 12 titans and shared the same father and mother. Hades chose to hide on an island in the sea because it was not a territory directly administered by Cronus. Although the underworld would be safer, the Titan gods knew some of Hades' secrets, and he feared that the Titan gods might be lying in ambush at the entrance of the underworld. The safest place is not necessarily safe. Time passed bit by bit, and unconsciously, Helios had already ridden his sun chariot, taking away the scorching sun. The pitch-black night gradually dominated the sky of the world, and darkness, like a quilt, directly enveloped the earth. Come to think of it, Hades felt a bit envious of Helios. In the current era, the sun god was Hyperion, one of the 12 titans. However, he had handed over a portion of his authority to his son, Helios, and could be said to cherish Helios very much. Compared to Hyperion, well, Cronus simply had no comparison at all. It could be said that if Cronus had shown even a shred of fatherly behavior, Hades would not have turned against him. After all, having transmigrated from the China of later generations, Hades still held onto the tradition of fatherly kindness and filial piety. If possible, Hades also wanted to be an honest and decent god and just live his own life well. His previous life was as a human, and he had suffered quite a bit. Now that he could become a god, Hades naturally would not ask for too much. Even if he were just a third-rate god without a system, Hades would be content. After all, he could live forever, and he possessed power far beyond that of humans. What more could he ask for? It was a pity that, as Hades was now, he could only dream of fatherly kindness and filial piety. As expected, darkness is more suitable for me. If he were still in his human body from before the transmigration, Hades would certainly be very anxious right now. After all, being on an overseas island and in the body of an infant, it would be no exaggeration to say that he had no protection whatsoever. But it was different now. As the future Hades, one of the laws he governed was darkness. Therefore, the night was not dark to him, and the cold was not cold. On the contrary, it felt like being embraced by a mother, making Hades feel very warm and comfortable. Taking advantage of the night, Hades carefully flew out of the cave and looked up at the firmament. In the sky of the mythological era, even the stars were brighter than in later generations. The pitch-black universe was not dark to Hades. Wherever his eyes looked, even the abyss of the universe was clear at a glance. The night itself was also Hades' eyes. It was also at this moment that strange red stars suddenly added a touch of color to the night sky. Hades's expression stirred, he could feel that those red stars were calling out to him. These are 108 demon stars. So that's how it is, they sensed the fate of Hades and emerged in response to the time. It's a pity, you should be twinkling in the sky of the underworld. With just a glance, Hades understood the existence of the specter stars. His divine Cosmo also resonated with these 108 demon stars. Once the underworld appeared and humans emerged, Hades would only need to move his divine will, and under his command, the 108 specters would immediately manifest, assemble by his side, and become his most loyal warriors. As for now, it was still too early. Even if Hades were to create the underworld now, without humans to serve as hosts for the demon stars, the 108 specters could not manifest. Furthermore, once the underworld appeared, it would certainly serve as Hades's base of operations. And given Hades's current situation, he certainly would not be able to defend it. By then, there would be no need for Cronus to take action himself. If any one of the 12 titans came, Hades's underworld would likely be conquered. In Hades's view, to create the underworld, he would have to wait until he had grown up. As for the system, if the underworld did not manifest, its functions could not be fully activated, so how could Hades count on it? Boom. Just as Hades gazed at the specter stars, feeling the message they conveyed, a powerful cosmos suddenly descended from the sky. In an instant, the terrifying, scorching heat reduced all living things on the island to ashes, even the sea began to boil, and countless columns of steam shot into the sky. This cosmo. Hyperion. Hades' expression turned somewhat alarmed. He had not expected the Titan god to find him so quickly. Just as he prepared to flee, he discovered with horror that the surrounding space had been completely locked down. The surrounding space-time seemed completely isolated, trapped within a barrier. I can't get away. Hades' face darkened. The next instant, scorching black flames ignited in the sky, burning the space until it twisted. One of the 12 titans, the sun god, Hyperion, slowly stepped out from within. He wore a pitch-black battle cloth. As he set foot on the island, the ground instantly melted into magma, and even the air became scorching hot. You really made me search for you, Hades. Hyperion walked slowly in front of Hades, his expression full of indifference. Although in a sense, Hades also belonged to the Titan gods. And as the eldest son of Cronus, Hades should have enjoyed the status of a prince. It was just a pity that Cronus would not acknowledge any other gods. Hyperion was the strongest Titan god besides Cronus, and also the most loyal warrior, known as the one who traverses the high heavens. Furthermore, Hyperion was not only the sun god, but also possessed the divinity of a god of war, with extraordinary combat power. Since Cronus had ordered him to capture Hades, Hyperion would naturally carry out the order. He unfurled a barrier, locking down the surrounding space-time, precisely to prevent Hades from escaping again. Detestable Hyperion. Say whatever you want, Hades. Now that I have found you, will you come with me voluntarily, or shall I drag you back? Do you think you have me in the bag, Hyperion? Enraged, Hades' eyes suddenly erupted with a powerful cosmo. In an instant, a powerful shockwave blew the island to pieces, and Hyperion himself was sent flying. However, he quickly steadied himself. Although a trace of blood leaked from the corner of his mouth, this minor injury healed instantly for a second-tier god like him. Moreover, Hyperion was wearing the battle cloth bestowed by Gaia, known as a soma. Although Hades possessed the power of a main god, he was, after all, just an infant, capable of exerting at most 1/10 of his strength. Combined with the fact that he was unarmored now, without the bonuses of a battle cloth, even though his attack hit Hyperion directly, most of its power was nullified by the soma. It was already quite impressive that Hades had managed to injure Hyperion. If it were Hestia or other gods who had just been born, let alone fighting, they wouldn't even have consciousness yet, and probably wouldn't even know what fighting was. As expected of the king's son, to possess such divine power just after birth. If you were given some time to grow, I fear the only one among us Titan gods who could take you down would be the king. Now, come with me. Hyperion said, his patience limited. If Hades insisted on resisting to the end, Hyperion would have no choice but to kill him here. Regardless of whether he could kill Hades, as the most loyal god of war under Cronus, Hyperion would definitely eradicate all existences that could threaten the king. To this, Hades said nothing, merely burning the cosmo he could currently use to its maximum extent. The battle cloth used by the 12 Titans, the Soma, was a divine artifact bestowed upon them by the Earth Mother Goddess, Gaia. Each of these Somas possessed earth-shattering power and could transform into sturdy defensive divine artifacts, with a hardness far exceeding the gold cloth of the later Gold Saints. Furthermore, the disassembled forms of these Somas were not humanoid or other creatures, but weapons. They were divine implements that integrated offense and defense. They were Cronus's great scythe, Hyperion's greatsword, Koios's rapier, Creus's scimitar, Oceanus's short sword, Iapetus's shears, Phoebe's curved sword, Mnemosyne's great axe, Tethys's great hammer, Themis's spear, Rhea's gauntlet blade, and Thea's crossbow. Although among these Somas, only Cronus's god-slaying scythe contained the light of Genesis and possessed the god-slaying power, the other Somas were divine artifacts after all, and their power could not be underestimated. Hyperion's Soma was a greatsword. Although he was currently only wearing the Soma as defensive battle cloth, after the Titan clan donned their Somas, they could still use the ability, imaginary manifestation, to conjure the weapon symbolized by their Soma out of thin air while keeping the battle cloth intact. Some of the conjured weapons were even stronger than the original Soma itself. However, because most Titan gods preferred to fight using their own inherent power, very few Titan gods used this ability. It seems you intend to resist to the end. Then, I have no choice but to sanction you here. Feeling Hades, rising Cosmo, Hyperion no longer held back and immediately used imaginary manifestation. The next instant, the Soma greatsword immediately appeared out of thin air, and he gripped it tightly in his hand. The blade of the greatsword was engraved with characters that looked like patterns. The next second, Hyperion's Cosmo burned completely, and right behind him, a scorching black fireball hung in the sky like a black sun. Even though Hades was a main god, at this moment, he felt the heat unbearable, his small divine body was unknowingly drenched in sweat, his face pale. It is truly incredible, Hades. You even blocked the king's god-slaying scythe, yet you reveal such an ugly state under my greatsword. However, perhaps this is a good thing. At least, you will accept the sanction of his Titan gods here. Be prepared, Hades. Hyperion. Hades' eyes narrowed, his Cosmo erupted instantly, and then condensed into a huge energy ball, which he shot directly towards Hyperion. To this, Hyperion gave a disdainful smile. Admittedly, Hades was very strong, and his potential was extraordinary. If he were allowed to grow into adulthood, even without wearing a battle cloth, Hades could easily handle him. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. The current Hades, before Hyperion, was ultimately just a brat, at most a bit troublesome. Pointless resistance, die, Hades. Sun sword. Hyperion swung his greatsword, and the next instant, the black sun behind him immediately erupted with terrifying black flames. These black flames collided directly with Hades' Cosmo energy ball. For a moment, even the Cosmo was gradually burned and swallowed, completely reducing the power Hades had erupted to nothingness. Hades, you are finished. Watching his black flames surge toward Hades after devouring the energy sphere, Hyperion felt his heart swell with excitement. Being able to eliminate a major threat for King Cronus, Hyperion felt genuinely happy. What? Somewhere in the void, a mysterious ripple suddenly echoed through the starry sky, causing Hyperion to shudder. Looking back, he saw the 108 demon stars in the sky emitting a bewitching red light, filled with an ominous aura. Spectre stars. So that's it, you want to protect your master. It's a pity, but today, Hades will surely fall here. Hyperion sighed. He was a loyal god of war, and naturally, he appreciated things that showed loyalty. Although the spectre stars could not be considered living beings, the will contained within the stars was real. They were born for Hades, and now that their master was in trouble, they naturally would not choose to remain silent. Come to think of it, the reason Hyperion was able to find Hades so quickly was actually because of the appearance of the spectre stars. The Titan clan not only dominated the giants, who were also gods, but even the planets themselves were under their dominion. Although the spectre stars did not belong to the Titan clan, Hyperion was able to pinpoint Hades' location from the will of the spectre stars. After all, wasn't the current universe under the dominion of the Titan clan? Since the specter stars had appeared in the starry sky, they would naturally be subject to certain restrictions by the Titan clan. Celestial noble star Great Winged Gale. Boom. What? Suddenly, a massive tornado erupted from around Hades. This powerful tornado blew away Hyperion's black flames and even blew Hyperion several kilometers away. Although it didn't cause any damage to Hyperion, it left the latter shocked and feeling incredulous. When Hyperion steadied himself, he discovered that Hades's Cosmo had manifested the image of a griffin. So that's it. The Spectre stars are protecting their master, integrating the destiny of the stars into Hades's Cosmo, evolving combat techniques that match the Spectre stars. Hades, I must say, you have a group of loyal warriors. However, this only further proves that your existence is a threat to us, the Titan clan. I, Hyperion, will definitely defeat you here today. As soon as Hyperion finished speaking, the star signs in Hades's Cosmo changed immediately. The griffin transformed directly into a Garuda, commonly known as the golden-winged great pung. Spectre stars, today you shall share honor and disgrace with me. Celestial hero star galaxy demonic eye flame funeral. Hades had a sudden realization. In the next instant, within the star signs of his Cosmo, an eye immediately opened on the Garuda's forehead, staring directly at Hyperion along with its original two eyes. Under the gaze of those three eyes, Hyperion immediately let out a miserable howl. He could feel that his internal organs, and even every cell and every nerve in his body, seemed to be burning with the Garuda's flames. This was a technique that burned enemies from the inside out. If a specter were to use this move, it would undoubtedly be extremely difficult to injure Hyperion. After all, Hyperion was a god, how could he be defeated by mere mortals? But it was different when cast by Hades. With the blessing of the god's Cosmo, the ultimate move derived from the specter stars naturally and inevitably became a divine technique. It was only reasonable that it could injure or even destroy a god. Hades, I am the sun god. How could I be burned to death by your mere Garuda flames? Ah! With a fierce shout, Hyperion erupted with black flames of the sun from his entire body. For a moment, the flames actually extinguished the flames, and even Hades felt as if his body was about to be burned at this moment. Die, Hades! Solar crimson flame. Hyperion swung his sword again. At this moment, the pitch-black sun immediately reversed, and like a real sun, it directly illuminated the dark night. The original black flames turned into red lotus fire at this moment, then transformed into countless burning fire snakes, surging toward Hades from all directions in an all-encompassing manner. Wherever these flames passed, everything turned into nothingness. Even the vast ocean seemed to be dyed gold by the brilliance of the flames at this moment. The boiling ocean looked like gold melted by high heat, appearing dazzling and bright. Celestial violence star dark solar flare. Impossible. It's actually the power of the sun. Watching as the Garuda in Hades's Cosmo star signs directly transformed into a Bennu bird, releasing the power of the sun, Hyperion couldn't help but be dumbfounded. In the next second, just like the pitch-black sun Hyperion had released earlier, a black sun also emerged within Hades's Cosmo. The solar crimson flame that Hyperion had unleashed seemed to be drawn in at this instant, flying toward the black sun and being absorbed and swallowed by it. Such a scene completely exceeded Hyperion's expectations. Hades, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. He knew that this crisis of his might have already found a turning point. This celestial violence star corresponded to the Bennu bird, which was equivalent to the Egyptian phoenix, and was said to be the soul of the sun god Ra, Autumn, or Osiris. It was only natural that it could manifest the power of the sun. And Hades also remembered this move, dark solar flare. It was the ultimate technique used by Kagaho of the celestial violence star in Saint Seiya. Although it might not be able to completely suppress Hyperion, relying on this power, it was not difficult to weaken Hyperion's offensive. At least, Hades was confident in this. Hyperion, give up. You cannot win against me. Shut up, Hades. No matter what, I will keep you here today. Hyperion looked furious. Although Hades's performance had repeatedly exceeded his expectations, this was by no means a reason for him to give up. For the future of the Titan clan, for Cronus, Hyperion would fight to the end today, even if it meant giving everything he had. I've certainly learned something new today. I never expected that the majestic sun god Hyperion, one of the 12 titans, would be so relentlessly pursuing a child, and yet still be at his wit's end. Who is it? The sudden voice caught the attention of both Hyperion and Hades, and a figure emerged from the void, floating beside the two of them. He is my subordinate god. He is my master. A mysterious connection caused Hades and the newcomer to lock eyes. The karmic bond between gods instantly let both of them know the significance of each other's existence. Hyperion frowned, a flash of killing intent in his eyes as he said, "You are the son of Nyx, the god who governs sleep, Hypnos." To this, Hypnos merely nodded, acknowledging his identity. His eyes were also fixed on Hades, his expression full of complexity. "Hypnos, do you wish to defy the great king of gods?" Hyperion took a deep breath, temporarily suppressing the killing intent in his heart, but his gaze towards Hypnos remained full of malice. The king of their Titan clan, Cronus, was the king of gods who governed the four great divine realms of heaven, earth, the underworld, and the sea, and ruled the entire universe. Even though Hypnos was not in the same pantheon as the Titan gods, he still had to submit to Cronus. Regarding this, Hypnos's eyes were filled with wariness. However, looking at Hades and remembering the instructions from his mother, the goddess of night, Nyx, he began to form a guess. He steadied himself and stared at Hyperion. "Cronus is your king, he has nothing to do with us underworld gods." "Hypnos, do you know what you are saying?" Hypnos's words caused the killing intent that Hyperion had just suppressed to erupt once more. It was not that he didn't know what stood behind Hypnos, but what did it matter, even if it was that mysterious and unfathomable Nyx. Even if Hyperion was a dog, he was Cronus's dog. Whoever Cronus told him to bite, Hyperion would bare his fangs at, without any hesitation. Now, Hypnos actually dared to say that their king of the underworld gods was not Cronus. This was undoubtedly the greatest disrespect to the Titan gods who dominated the universe. To this, Hypnos slowly walked towards Hades, then took out the silver pentagram necklace that Nyx had given him and placed it around Hades's neck. Although we underworld gods have always lived in the underworld detached from the world, that does not mean we are indifferent to worldly affairs. Now that the king of the underworld has descended, this lord will become the master of all us underworld gods. Your king of the Titan clan naturally has nothing to do with us. Hypnos. Hyperion's roar echoed between heaven and earth. Hypnos's eyes were full of wariness. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand, directly opening a path of the gods, and carried Hades into it. And as the name implied, this path of the gods was a hyper-dimension that only gods could step into. Any non-divine entity that entered it would only be completely torn apart and swallowed by the hyper-dimension, dying without leaving even a trace. Moreover, besides the effect of repelling non-divine entities, the path of the gods could also distort space-time dimensions. Whether it was outside the universe, a parallel universe, or a place billions of light years away, one could reach it instantly by passing through it. It was naturally not difficult for Hypnos to use this to break through the barrier that Hyperion had sealed. Now, this path was connected to the underworld by Hypnos. Just by stepping into it, Hades had a feeling of returning home. Although the darkness was boundless, it felt incredibly warm to him. Moreover, after entering the underworld, Hades also felt that his cosmo had received a tremendous boost. He held the authority of the underworld, and being in the divine realm he controlled, his power would naturally receive a considerable degree of enhancement. If I had known it was like this, I should have run over here immediately. Hades grumbled internally, while Hypnos set him down and then knelt before Hades. "O great king, please tell your subordinate your name." "Hades, Hades, king of the underworld." "I understand. Then, Lord Hades, for the next step, do you wish to stay in the underworld, or shall I take you to the temple of the king of the underworld to meet my mother, the goddess of night, Lady Nyx?" Hypnos asked, and Hades was lost in thought. In fact, from the moment Hypnos appeared, he had already guessed that Nyx likely had something to do with this. Regarding that mysterious goddess of night, although the plot of the Saint Seiya series basically did not mention her, she held a very lofty status in Greek mythology. In the ancient theogony of the Orphic mysteries, Nyx was the original source, an existence equal to the super-god, Kronos. Although there were not many descriptions of her in mythology, and her life story was rarely mentioned, no matter what kind of deity it was, they were all filled with awe for Nyx. Let alone Cronus, even the third-generation king of gods in Greek mythology, the lord of Olympus, Zeus, was 3 parts in awe of Nyx. In Hades's view, the fact that Hypnos dared to refute the ruling status of the Titan gods in front of Hyperion was obviously because he had Nyx backing him. If it weren't for Nyx, this second-tier god would probably not even be able to defeat Hyperion, who is also a second-tier god. Hypnos, does Nyx want to see me? This, your subordinate is not very sure. However, Lady Nyx said that Lord Hades, you would go to find her. I understand. Since that is the case, let's go find her. Some things are better said face to face. Hades said. In his view, there must be a reason why Nyx would say that. And compared to Cronus, Nyx was undoubtedly more dangerous, but Hades did not think that she would take action against him. If she really wanted to take action, she wouldn't need to send Hypnos to approach him. No, don't think about going anywhere. I will let you both perish here. Just as Hypnos was preparing to nod in agreement, Hyperion also chased after them. As the sun god, the dazzling light he emitted at this moment, although unable to fully illuminate the underworld, still shrouded a large part of the underworld in sunlight. Countless wandering spirits and undead were illuminated by his light and immediately let out shrill screams. It was like ice cream being burned by hot flames, it melted instantly, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were reduced to ashes. Hyperion. A bit of anger appeared on Hypnos's face, and Hades couldn't help but slightly frown as he looked at him. It was for no other reason than that compared to Hyperion, who was wearing a soma, Hypnos was only wearing a black suit. If he wasn't wearing a battle cloth, then how was that any different from being naked? Hypnos, do you not have a battle cloth? Hades asked, and Hypnos shook his head helplessly. I am very sorry, Lord Hades. We underworld gods currently all take my mother, Lady Nyx, as our master. And Lady Nyx is not interested in the right to rule the universe or the authority of laws, so, her ladyship has not bestowed battle cloths upon us. Is that so? Hades was lost in thought, but he did not doubt Hypnos's explanation. Because in his memory, the battle cloths worn by the twin gods in the Saint Seiya series were actually surplices. And surplices were naturally the proof of being a warrior under Hades's command, they could not possibly have been bestowed by Nyx. It was very obvious that if Hypnos wanted to wear that surplice of the god of sleep, it would only be possible after Hades created the underworld and became the true king of the underworld. As for Nyx, she herself did have a battle cloth. Although Nyx was not as simple as a mere primordial god, all primordial gods had matching battle cloths, the great treasures. That was the prototype for all human and god battle cloths of later generations, protecting the divine body that was itself a divine realm. The great treasures shone with radiance on the surface, and their performance far surpassed the soma of the Titan clan. Even attacks that reached the divine realm would only end up being reflected. It could be said to be a part of the primordial god's body. Even the head, without a helmet worn, was protected by the defense field of the great treasures. And the defense field of the great treasures could even isolate space-time. Even if the universe were destroyed, it could not harm the divine body under the battle cloth. It could be said that under normal circumstances, primordial gods of the same realm had power far stronger than the gods of later generations. Their power, ultimate power, was inherently stronger than the divine cosmos. Their battle cloths, the great treasures, were rumored to far exceed all battle cloths of later generations. Even the gods of Olympus under Zeus's jurisdiction, the god cloths they wore, were slightly inferior to the great treasures. Without a specific destiny, it was almost impossible for gods of later generations to defeat primordial gods. Hyperion, if we were anywhere else, I might be a little wary. But here in the underworld, that is not the case. Hades remained very calm. After all, he was a main god. Although restricted by his divine body, he had the advantage of the terrain. Fighting a second-tier god was not necessarily impossible. Not to mention, he still had Hypnos, who was also a second-tier god, right by his side. Although Hypnos lacked the enhancement of a battle cloth and his combat power was far inferior to Hyperion, the two of them combined would clearly have no problem dealing with Hyperion. Is that so? Hades, do you think I would come chasing after you so rashly all by myself? As soon as Hyperion said this, Hades was immediately stunned, and his expression changed drastically. The next second, right above the three of them, a massive cosmo instantly condensed over the underworld. It was none other than Cronus. However, the current Cronus had not descended in his true form, but had appeared in the form of a phantom. But even as a phantom, the power of Cronus was unimaginably strong. His giant stature, paired with 6 arms, his body revealing countless cosmic galaxies, his mere existence was enough to distort dimensions. And because Cronus possessed an infinite cosmo, even in phantom form, he remained immortal and indestructible. Even if he were temporarily destroyed, he could instantly regenerate an infinite cosmo. Cronus. This ends here, Hades. The voice of Cronus came from the phantom. Although it was not his true self, even in phantom form, Cronus possessed power at the level of a main god, far beyond what the current Hades could handle. Even though Hades had already mastered the power of the specter stars, in front of Cronus, the power of the specter stars was ultimately far too insignificant. This power might be fine for dealing with a second-tier god, but wanting to deal with Cronus was simply a pipe dream. My king. Hyperion knelt down respectfully before the phantom of Cronus. Even though Cronus was just a phantom now, he was enough to crush the other 11 Titan gods. Hyperion, take down Hypnos. I will personally sanction Hades. Yes. Hyperion answered. As a second-tier god possessing the godhoods of the sun god and the war god, he was naturally incomparable to Hypnos, who only possessed the godhood of sleep. Plus, with the enhancement of the Soma, it would absolutely be easy for him to deal with Hypnos. On the other hand, Hyperion couldn't help but worry about the side of Hades. After all, back at the Titan Temple, even when Cronus was in his true form and wielding the god-slaying scythe, he hadn't been able to take Hades down. Now, with Cronus only arriving in phantom form, Hyperion was actually unsure if he could deal with Hades. Of course, this was only because he didn't know about the existence of the system. If Hyperion knew that Hades had already passed the system's novice protection period, he could definitely set his mind at ease. Hypnos's face looked grim, and naturally, Hades didn't look any better. He had originally thought that upon reaching the underworld, he would be able to have some peace and quiet for a while. He hadn't expected that not only would Hyperion chase after him, but he would also bring Cronus along. This situation could be described as absolutely terrible. This ends here, Cronus. Just as Cronus and Hyperion were preparing to strike, a magnificent voice resonated throughout the entire underworld. In that instant, the sun manifested by Hyperion seemed to dim, its radiance shrinking rapidly. Even the phantom body of Cronus became extremely ethereal, as if a single breath would be enough to blow him into non-existence. Nyx, you. At this moment, Cronus was both shocked and furious, filled with wariness. He never expected that Nyx, by merely saying a single sentence, would almost cause his phantom form to collapse completely. At this moment, he truly realized the terror of this mysterious goddess of night. It was no wonder Gaia had warned him many times before not to provoke Nyx lightly. If she were to truly become active during the mythological era, then there would likely be no place for him, Cronus. Cronus, leave. You are no longer the master of the underworld. From the moment Hades seized the authority of the underworld, the king of the underworld was born. From this day forth, your authority as God King shall no longer extend to the underworld. Until Hades grows strong enough, I shall manage the underworld on his behalf. HMPH, as long as I kill Hades here, the authority of the underworld will naturally return to my hands. Cronus said. The next second, a god-slaying golden dagger immediately appeared in his phantom hand. That was the very weapon from the Saint Seiya, Reborn Hades anime used by Saga to assassinate Athena, the god-slaying golden dagger. At the same time, it was also the weapon Seiya used to assassinate Saturn in the Omega storyline. This god-slaying golden dagger harbored god-slaying power. Any god assassinated by it, even a main god, would need hundreds of years to reincarnate. Even for Cronus in his current phantom form, the dagger could be used to attack and even kill. In Omega, the assassinated Saturn himself evaluated that if facing an ordinary god, all gods except for super gods, the dagger could be fatal in a single strike. It could be said that in order to eliminate Hades, Cronus was truly playing for keeps this time. Cronus, do you want to test your strength against me? Nyx's voice came again. At this instant, everyone couldn't help but tremble. The darkness of the underworld suddenly flickered with an eerie light, and in an instant, it swallowed Hyperion's sun. Having lost his son, Hyperion looked as if his vitality had been drained, he collapsed onto the ground, listless and dejected. Meanwhile, Cronus's phantom form became increasingly ethereal, and the god-slaying golden dagger was instantly knocked from his hand, dissolving into the darkness and vanishing without a trace. Nix. That is enough, Cronus. Just give me some face and let this matter end here. As soon as Nix finished speaking, Cronus wanted to say something more, but the next second, his entire being was violently shaken. The scene before his eyes changed instantly. He, the king of the Titan clan, the second god king who ruled the entire universe, and the possessor of an infinite cosmo, had actually been forcibly teleported out of the underworld by Nyx. This caused Cronus to gasp in shock. Beside him, Hyperion lay on the ground like a dead dog. If not for the fact that he could still sense his breathing, Cronus would have thought he was dead. Nyx. Cronus's eyes flickered with uncertainty, but in the end, he sighed helplessly. Nyx was too bizarre and too powerful. Even as proud as she was, he dared not easily make an enemy of her. If he truly angered Nyx, Cronus feared he would be taken down by Nyx long before the arrival of the god of tribulation. Everything that happened today was the best proof of that. Nyx truly possessed the power to easily handle a main god. At this moment, in the underworld, the disappearance of the phantom Cronus and Hyperion left Hades and Hypnos in a state of astonishment. However, once he realized that the mysterious Nyx was the one who had acted, Hades felt relieved. After all, that individual was a mysterious existence who seemed capable of standing on equal footing with Kronos. Dealing with a main god was naturally a simple task for her. Let's go, Hypnos. This time, thanks to your mother, Lady Nyx, stepping in to save me, I must thank her in person. Yes. Hypnos acknowledged the order, and he led Hades toward the palace of the underworld. In truth, he was also completely dumbfounded, unable to imagine that his own mother could so easily handle Cronus. Although the underworld gods were all children of Nyx and lived with her day and night, knowing that Nyx was extremely powerful. But he had never expected her to be this strong. Of course, such a result was actually within reason. After all, Nyx was very laid back. Ever since her birth, she had stayed in the underworld and had almost never taken action. As her children, it was only natural that they did not know the extent of her abilities. To put it bluntly, Hades' understanding of Nyx was likely far more detailed than that of her own children, like Hypnos. Soon, under Hypnos' guidance, the two of them appeared in the underworld palace. You've returned, Hypnos. He is. In front of the palace gates, Hypnos' twin brother, the god of death, Thanatos, looked at Hades with utter astonishment. The moment his eyes met Hades's, an inexplicable intuition let him know Hades's identity. This intuition was naturally identical to the one Hypnos had felt when he first met Hades. You should already know the details without me having to explain, Thanatos. Since you and I are the twin gods, we naturally bear the same command. If there are no surprises, Lord Hades will be our master in the future. Alright, you may withdraw, I am taking Lord Hades to see Lady Nyx. Understood. Thanatos did not stop them, he had only come here to greet Hypnos in the first place. Now that he knew of Hades' existence, he couldn't help but steal a few more glances at him, and his eyes gradually filled with a bit more reverence. Since the dawn of chaos, they, the underworld gods, had always been under Nyx's leadership. It was just that Nyx was too much of a shut-in and hardly managed any affairs, and since they, the underworld gods, were confined to the underworld, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them homebodies. Even if they wanted to do something big, as second-tier gods, they simply couldn't stir up any waves. At the end of the day, main gods were the masters of the universe, and as second-tier gods, they were at most just vassals to the main gods. Thanatos, is it? Since you're already here, come in with us. Yes, Lord Hades. Thanatos hadn't expected Hades to invite him, but since he had, he naturally wouldn't refuse. Although he wasn't quite sure what was happening, the meeting between Hades and Nyx was certainly no small matter. Being able to witness it firsthand could be considered quite an honor. You have arrived earlier than I expected, Hades. I originally thought you would wait until you had grown up before coming to visit me. When Hades and the twin gods stepped into the palace, Nyx, who was sitting on the main throne, couldn't help but speak. Hades looked at Nyx and couldn't help but be stunned. Especially Nyx's eyes, Hades had never seen such a gaze before. It was said that water that is too clear has no fish. Nyx's gaze was incomparably clear, making one feel incredibly transparent, yet there was not a hint of vitality to be found. Hades even felt that perhaps the eyes of the dead were more vibrant than Nyx's eyes. What is it? No, my apologies, Lady Nyx. Your beauty is extraordinary, and it unconsciously captured my attention. I have been impolite. Hades hurriedly spoke, although there was a bit of sycophancy in it. But after all, the goddess opposite him had just acted to save him. Buttering her up shouldn't be too much, right? Furthermore, besides her very unique eyes, Nyx was indeed a top-tier beauty in appearance, fully displaying the charm of a Western beauty. Hades saying this wasn't actually inappropriate. Hades, you are more eloquent than I expected. However, there is one thing I didn't anticipate. Your destiny seems to have deviated severely. Nyx gazed intently at Hades. Being stared at directly by those eyes, even Hades couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. It felt as if his entire being had been seen through. Meanwhile, the twin gods beside Hades didn't say a word the entire time. Of course, here, neither of them had the qualifications to speak. Hades was their master, and Nyx was their mother. With both of them here, the two brothers were probably only slightly better off than servants. Destiny, huh? Hades seemed to have realized something, and Nyx nodded. At first, I only thought that destiny had experienced a slight fluctuation. Although you escaped from Cronus's seal, under the influence of destiny, you would still walk your path as the king of the underworld. But now it seems I thought too simply. Hades, your destiny has completely changed, and now, even I cannot see through it. And since I am like this, Kronos is probably not much different. This mythological era might be completely transformed because of your existence. As expected, Nyx and Kronos have quite a connection. Hades's expression changed slightly. In legends, Nyx was actually a triple goddess. Besides her identity as the goddess of night, she possessed three other identities. She was the wife of the super god Kronos, the goddess of necessity, Ananke. She was also one of the nymphs, the goddess of retribution, the goddess of natural law, Adrastea, and the goddess of causality and fate, Hymarmon, who controlled all fate and destiny. Among these, the most terrifying was naturally Ananke. As the wife of the super god Kronos, Ananke was also a super god. In a sense, she was an existence equal to Kronos. However, at this moment, Hades didn't have many thoughts regarding Nyx's words. After all, he was a transmigrator with a system, and his status after transmigration wasn't low. If he still couldn't change his destiny, Hades might as well find a piece of tofu and smash his head against it. Although the system seemed dead right now, Hades knew that he would most likely still need to rely on the system's assistance in the future. Say, Hades, would you like to be my son? Ah. As soon as Nyx said this, Hades was completely stunned. And the twin gods beside Hades widened their eyes, almost doubting they had heard correctly. Lady Nyx, that thing. At this moment, Hades' mind was having trouble processing things. Although he was just an infant now, his brain was clearly not fully developed. However, his consciousness and soul as a transmigrator made him very clear about what Nyx wanted to express. However, being suddenly asked to be her son was something Hades still found hard to comprehend. To this, Nyx seemed to have expected it, and immediately said, Hades, aren't you curious why Cronus and Rhea would give birth to you, a god of the underworld? What do you mean, Lady Nyx? Hades, the universe is actually divided into a light universe and a dark universe. These two opposing universes also gave birth to two types of deities respectively, light deities and dark deities. And there are 8 primordial gods in the universe, with each of the two universes occupying 4. Among them, the 4 primordial gods of the light universe are the Earth Mother Gaia, the Sky God Uranus, the Sea God Pontus, and the Mountain God Aurea. The 4 primordial gods of the dark universe are me, the goddess of night Nyx, the god of darkness Erebus, the god of the abyss Tartarus, and the god of love Eros. Hades, the gods of the underworld are inherently dark deities belonging to the dark universe, let alone you, the king of the underworld. Wait, if that's the case, then why was I born to Cronus and Rhea? Could it be? Hades looked at Nyx with some suspicion. To this, Nyx did not defend herself and said directly, that's right, everything is just as you think. It was I who used the power of fate to have you reincarnated into the camp of the light universe. Why? The specific reason is not something you can know, Hades. You only need to know that everything is an agreement between me and Kronos. The dominion of this universe will be controlled by the light universe. Having you reincarnated into the camp of the light universe was also to support this decision. By the way, to support this decision, I wiped out the divine consciousness of Tartarus. Its divine body has already become a prison for the gods. And the god of love Eros was also destroyed by me, but his divine soul still remains, and he will be reincarnated into the light universe in the future. Nyx looked relaxed, as if she were talking about something insignificant. Even though they were all primordial gods, compared to Nyx, the other primordial gods were like ants, she could easily crush them with a single step. At this, Hades couldn't help but shudder, his expression showing a bit of fear. If that's the case, then why now? Admittedly, because of the agreement, I will support the deities of the light universe in governing the entire universe, and I cannot casually attack the deities of the light faction. However, this restriction only applies to myself. If the deities of the light faction come to provoke me themselves, then it's a different story. Hades, your destiny has become unrecognizable, and you have temporarily jumped out of the trajectory of fate. Now, you have even come before me. If you are willing, I can reshape your origin. Using your power as the king of the underworld with the identity of a dark deity will definitely be much stronger than when you use it as a light deity. Then, what price do I need to pay? Hades asked. Being able to become stronger by reshaping his origin, he naturally wouldn't refuse such a good thing. Perhaps in the original Saint Seiya, Reborn Hades series, Hades cherished the body born from Cronus and Rhea, but as a transmigrator, Hades clearly didn't have that hang-up. Having experienced a series of dangers right after birth, Hades knew that in this current mythical era, power was the key element to maintaining his dignity and even his right to survive. Without power, he wouldn't even be able to stand tall when speaking. And in Hades' view, Nyx would certainly not help him for no reason. Hades didn't believe in love for no reason. On the contrary, hate for no reason happened often in the real world. Seeing Hades say this, a flash of appreciation couldn't help but cross Nyx's eyes, and she said, "Rest assured, there is no price. If there is anything to speak of, just take care of my children a bit more when you grow up in the future." Furthermore, becoming a deity of the dark faction means your path ahead will likely be more rugged than the trajectory under fate. This can also be considered a test for you. Just like how you escaped from Cronus' seal and retained your divinity and potential as a main god to the greatest extent, yet also encountered the pursuit of the Titan clan. A crisis is inherently the coexistence of danger and opportunity. Hades nodded, effectively accepting Nyx's words. As the saying goes, blessings and misfortunes are interdependent. The transformation between fortune and misfortune is indeed hard to predict. It's like winning the lottery. Some people suddenly win the grand prize and have a lot of money. In a state of nouveau riche mentality, they directly indulge in material enjoyment. Once they spend all the money and can no longer enjoy the pleasure brought by material goods, the disparity in life can easily destroy their faith, and examples of them turning to theft or even suicide are numerous. Can you say having money is a blessing? It definitely is a blessing. But whether one can hold on to this blessing without suffering a backlash is, in itself, a test of life. Hades was, in fact, in much the same situation now. Being able to jump out of the cage of fate was indeed a good thing. But this also meant that the path ahead of him would become unknown, and whether he could grasp his own future was something even Nyx could not determine. Lady Nyx, I, Hades, am willing to become a dark deity and become your divine child. Very good. Erebus. With a call from Nyx, the next instant, a vast divine power of darkness swept down from above the temple, and then manifested into a human form in the temple hall. It was none other than one of the 8 primordial gods, the god of darkness, Erebus. Nyx, is there something the matter? Erebus glanced at Hades and the twin gods, then focused his attention on Nyx. Although Hades' arrival surprised him slightly, it was nothing more than that. As for the twin gods, those 2 children were simply not in his eyes. Although he was not as tyrannical as Uranus, he was definitely not gentle towards his own children. At this, the twin gods didn't even dare to breathe loudly. After all, Erebus was their father god, so the 2 naturally didn't dare to show the slightest disobedience. To this, Nyx looked at Erebus and said, "Erebus, next, I am going to bring the king of the underworld into our dark pantheon." As it happens, you are of no use anymore. In the very end, sacrifice everything you have for Hades. What, Nyx, do you mean to? Erebus' face was full of horror. As her husband and brother, Erebus knew Nyx's terror better than anyone. But he never expected that Nyx had called him over to use him as a sacrifice. As a primordial god, Erebus had descended into this universe almost at the same time as Nyx. Erebus had previously witnessed with his own eyes Nyx taking action to erase Tartarus and Eros. That was an absolute irresistible force. In front of Nyx, Tartarus and Eros, who were also primordial gods, had almost no power to resist and were taken down in an instant. Erebus had also comforted himself more than once that as Nyx's brother and husband, as long as he behaved himself, Nyx would never lay a hand on him no matter what. It must be said that it was reasonable for Erebus to have such wishful thinking. It was just a pity that Nyx's true husband was actually Kronos. For her, Erebus was nothing more than a tool used to give birth to the twin gods and numerous other underworld gods. Now that all her children had descended into the world, for Nyx, Erebus truly had no remaining value. Although in Nyx's eyes, her children were also merely tools to push the development of fate. But at least they could still be tools. As for Erebus, he didn't even have the fate to be a tool anymore. Without any nonsense, Nyx merely glanced at Erebus, and in an instant, the powerful ultimate power of this primordial god, Erebus, immediately left his body, as if this power did not belong to him at all, and was directly stripped away by Nyx. Nyx, Nyx. Erebus called out Nyx's name, hoping that she would spare his life in consideration of the time they had spent together day and night. Unfortunately, his deep affection meant nothing in Nyx's eyes. For Nyx, in the entire universe, no, it should be said, the entire infinite space-time under the rule of Kronos, the only ones she could truly hold in high regard were those who broke the shackles of fate. As for Hades, although he had only taken the first step, even just this step was enough for Nyx to take him seriously. Moreover, Hades possessed something that even she could not see through, the system. Nyx did not mind investing in such a potential stock. In the next instant, invisible darkness instantly erupted from around Nyx, and in an instant, it engulfed both Erebus and Hades. Even though Erebus was the god of darkness, in front of Nyx's power, his dark divine power appeared incomparably shallow. Even if Nyx were willing, the entire universe would likely be eroded by the night that belonged to her in an instant. By then, even the sun would likely be completely dyed black, and the entire universe would likely not have a single source of light, leaving only infinite darkness. Soon, Erebus was thrown out by the darkness. His body began to turn to ashes, and all his divinity, divine power, divine rank, and even his life were taken away by Nyx. With nothing left, he could only eventually turn into nothingness and merge into the darkness of this underworld. As for Hades, he was absorbed into Nyx's womb for a second gestation. Behind her, a huge phantom of a clock also appeared out of thin air. The clock's hour hand, minute hand, and second hand all pointed to 12 o'clock and began to run. It only needed to complete one cycle. Then, after 12 hours, a brand new Hades would be born into the world. Regarding this, the twin gods, Hypnos and Thanatos, also seemed to realize something, but they dared not say anything. Erebus had just been dealt with by Nyx, and the two of them did not think that they held much weight in the heart of their mother, Nyx. It could be said that in the current situation, they did not know what to do, and they were also very afraid. Hades has returned to my embrace after all. He will inherit the divine power of darkness and become the king who rules the entire underworld and dominates all underworld gods. Nyx stroked her abdomen, and then sent out a divine thought. In an instant, the entire underworld temple, all of Nyx's children, all the underworld gods, gathered at this moment. Except for the twin gods who were already there, the god of sleep, Hypnos, and the god of death, Thanatos, a large group of underworld gods such as the goddess of fate, Charis, the god of doom, Moros, the god of space, Ether, the goddess of day, Hemera, and the god of mockery, Momus, swarmed in and soon occupied the entire main hall of the temple. Lady Nyx, Charis, Moros, Ether, have come to pay respects. The group of underworld gods looked at Nyx with full respect, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent. Perhaps they were not very clear about what had just happened in the temple, but they could feel the passing of Erebus. And since even their father, the god of darkness, Erebus, had met such an end, they naturally did not want to follow in his footsteps. My children, just like Gaia's children, the Titan gods, where her youngest son, Cronus, became the Titan king. My youngest son, Hades, will also become the king of the underworld gods. As soon as Nyx said this, the speed of the clock phantom behind her immediately accelerated. It was originally ticking second by second, but it soon turned into minute by minute, and eventually hour by hour jumps. When all the hands pointed to 12 o'clock again, Nyx's terrifying ultimate power immediately expanded, and a huge black hole immediately opened from her abdomen. In the next second, a fair arm reached out from it, and then his figure was slowly revealed. It was a boy of about 13 or 14 years old, with a handsome face and long, shoulder-length jet black hair. Although still young, that terrifying divine power shocked all the underworld gods. The pentagram necklace on his chest had already indicated his identity. That's right, the boy was indeed Hades. Under the regestation of the goddess of night, Nyx, he not only grew from an infant into a boy, but his power, divinity, and more had also achieved comprehensive growth. Although he was still a main god, the current Hades, divine power would definitely not be much inferior to the Titan king, Cronus. To this, Nyx nodded quite satisfactorily. She decided to see this good deed through to the end. Since she had decided to invest in Hades, Nyx would naturally not be stingy. She poured all the divine power she had extracted from Erebus into Hades. Erebus's divine body and divine blood, combined with her own essence, regestated Hades' current divine body. The current Hades' divinity was at least several times greater than before. And his divine cosmo had also been completely transformed into ultimate power because of Erebus's power. To put it bluntly, in terms of divine power, the current Hades was not inferior to the primordial gods, and perhaps even surpassed them. Of course, Nyx was not included in that calculation. Thank you for your grace, my mother, Lady Nyx. Hades looked at Nyx with eyes shining, and although he was completely naked, he still bowed down to show his respect. Saint Seiya. Reborn Hades provided by the great author Taoist who stabs his foster father. You are even more well-behaved than I imagined, Hades. Nyx spoke, a rare smile appearing on her cold face. This sight left her subordinate underworld god children completely dazed. To put it bluntly, this was the first time they had ever seen Nyx smile since they were born. In the past, Nyx had been as cold as ice. Even though they were gods, they dared not approach her lightly. To be born but not raised can be repaid with a severed finger, to be born and raised can be repaid with a severed head, to be raised without being born is a debt that can never be repaid throughout eternity. Hades said, and the smile on Nyx's face grew even wider. How could she not hear that Hades was making his stance clear? To Hades, Cronus and Rhea were those who gave birth to him but did not raise him. Of course, if it were simply a matter of not raising him, Hades would not have said much. Even if they met in the future, at worst they would just act as strangers to each other. But Cronus and Rhea had not merely neglected to raise him, they had also sealed Hades away, draining his divinity and power. Draining someone's foundation like this was a blood feud of life and death, whether in the east or the west. Not to mention, after Hades escaped, Cronus and the others had personally hunted him down. It could be said that Hades no longer felt he owed anything to his biological parents, Cronus and Rhea. In fact, there was even hatred between them. Perhaps Rhea, as the mother goddess, had her own unspeakable difficulties, but in such matters, actions speak louder than intentions. Since it was already done, there was nothing more to say. On the other hand, Nyx had not only nurtured Hades' physical body anew but had also bestowed upon him even greater power. It could be said that to Hades, Nyx was both a birth mother and a benefactor. As long as Nyx did not cross Hades' bottom line, Hades would never betray her kindness. His knees would kneel neither to heaven nor to earth, but they would kneel to his parents. Although I do not care much for such things. Hades, you have made me very pleased. Nyx said, then helped Hades up. With a wave of her hand, an exquisite set of formal attire was immediately draped over Hades. My children, from this moment on, Hades is your king. From this day forth, the underworld shall be ruled by Hades. Yes. Hypnos, Thanatos, Charis, pays respects to Lord Hades. The underworld gods prostrated themselves before Hades, performing the ritual of kneeling and bowing. Hades already possessed the authority of the underworld and the status of the underworld king. Now, with the recognition of Nyx, the strongest deity of the Dark Pantheon, all the underworld gods naturally submitted to him. It could be said that Hades becoming their king was perfectly legitimate, and no one could dispute it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden quest, King of the Underworld Gods. You have received the reward. Divinity plus 50%. You have obtained the divine technique, Underworld Reincarnation. Underworld Reincarnation uses the soil of the underworld and the souls of the deceased as a medium to resurrect and control the dead. The resurrected dead can exert 100% of their combat power and are immortal and indestructible. Even if defeated, they can quickly resurrect, possessing infinite energy, infinite stamina, and no time limit. They can only be stopped by sealing, similar to impure world reincarnation. You have obtained the divine artifact, Underworld King's Helm of Invisibility. Underworld King's Helm of Invisibility, an exclusive divine artifact of the Underworld King, the head armor of the battle cloth, possessing absolute barrier-level defensive power. Once worn, it can completely erase the concept of one's own existence from this world, making it impossible for anyone to perceive. Holy crap, system, you're still alive. Hades was somewhat surprised. If the system hadn't suddenly chimed in, he would have almost forgotten its existence. However, it had to be said that the rewards given by the system were truly generous. Needless to say, the divine technique Underworld Reincarnation was definitely much stronger than Hades' resurrection technique in the official Saint Seiya series. The same went for the divine artifact, the Helm of Invisibility. In Orthodox Greek mythology, this helm was a divine artifact of the same tier as Zeus's thunderbolt and Poseidon's trident. Although its status was replaced by the Hades sword in Saint Seiya, its power could not be denied. Even if the power of the Helm of Invisibility was not reflected in direct combat strength, its utility and support capabilities were absolutely top tier. Wearing it, sneak attacks and assassinations would be a walk in the park. At this moment, Hades took a deep breath, looked at the underworld gods under his command, and said, "From this day forth, you shall be my subordinate gods." Yes. The underworld gods all complied. At this instant, Hades' ultimate power burned and erupted, echoing the pentagram necklace on his chest. Although this necklace was bestowed by Nyx, after putting it on, Hades had completely become its master. Like the Helm of Invisibility, this necklace was also a utility-type divine artifact. Wearing it could conceal one's aura, preventing others from sensing it. Furthermore, a small space was hidden inside the necklace, which could store items. In Saint Seiya, the Lost Canvas, Hades hid the Underworld King's surplus inside the necklace, and alone had also used the necklace to summon and wear the surplus. For now, although it wasn't of much use to Hades, since it was a gift from Nyx, it represented her goodwill, and Hades naturally would not let it go to waste. Soon, a pentagram mark appeared on the foreheads of all the underworld gods, including the twin gods. This mark also signified that from this moment on, they would completely become Hades' subordinate gods, following his lead in everything. Nyx watched this scene and nodded in satisfaction. Perhaps others could not see it, but she could clearly perceive that the fates of all her underworld god children had changed. Although it was only a tiny bit, completely incomparable to Hades, it was still a good start. As time passed, this tiny bit of change might eventually play a role in turning the tide. Well then, Hades, I leave the underworld to you in the future. Although, according to the trajectory of fate, you have returned to your position as the underworld king much earlier, since you are already in place, there is no need for me to remain here any longer. Mother Goddess. Hades was somewhat startled. Nyx narrowed her eyes and smiled. My existence here was originally to supervise the trajectory of fate. Now that you, this butterfly, have broken free from the web of fate, let me see what kind of storm you can whip up. As soon as she spoke, without waiting for Hades to ask her to stay, Nyx's body turned into black smoke and completely vanished from the underworld. She had not faded away like Erebus, but had entered a higher dimension to observe the workings of the universe. And on her main seat, the god-slaying golden dagger lay there quietly, as Nyx's final gift. This book is brought to you by Taoist friend Stab's adoptive father, Saint Seiya, Reborn Hades. Lord Hades. Seeing this, Hypnos and the other gods let out a sigh of relief. While Nyx was relatively good to Hades, she wasn't necessarily so to her other children. Just the daily thought of having an old mother like an iceberg queen in the temple made these underworld gods, her children, tremble with fear. They had to hesitate before doing anything, lest they displease Nyx. Now, thankfully, this great mountain had finally departed. Hypnos and the others no longer had to worry about being obliterated one day. Although they now had Hades as their lord, after a brief interaction, Hypnos believed that Hades had a decent temperament. At least he was not as unpredictable as Nyx. Granted, with Nyx around, they didn't have to worry about external dangers. But now that Hades had taken over, it wouldn't be much different. Very well, Hypnos. Since Mother has departed, from now on, I shall take complete control of the Netherworld. Yes, Lord Hades. This is indeed the will of Lady Nyx. Hypnos spoke, and Hades calmed his mind, observing the host of underworld gods who knelt before him in submission. Since he was gestated and reborn from within Nyx, these underworld gods could now technically be considered his older brothers and sisters. However, after a closer inspection, Hades could not help but feel a bit disappointed. Aside from the twin gods, Hypnos and Thanatos, and the goddess of fate, Charis, all the other underworld gods were actually third-rate gods, which was indeed rather underwhelming. After all, the strength of a third-rate god was only about on par with a gold saint. From the perspective of a deity, this was truly pathetic. Of course, a god was still a god. Under normal circumstances, in a clash between a third-rate god and a human warrior with a seventh sense Cosmo, the third-rate god would definitely be stronger. As for Hypnos, Thanatos, and Charis, though the three were second-tier gods, they were not particularly outstanding either. Still, Hades did not mind too much. After all, even among the 12 titans of the Titan clan, except for Cronus the god king, the other 11 gods were also only second-tier gods. Having 3 second-tier gods as subordinate gods was already quite decent for Hades. The era that truly allowed Greek mythology to flourish completely would still have to wait for the Olympian period under Zeus. Speaking of which, in traditional Greek mythology, Hades was not actually one of the 12 Olympians. But in Saint Seiya, Hades was indeed one of the 12 gods. Putting his strength aside, in terms of status, Hades, like Poseidon, was a great god second only to Zeus. Of course, as a transmigrator, whether Hades would still become one of those gods in the future was truly unknown. Although Hades could still technically be considered siblings with Hestia and the others, he had, after all, undergone a second gestation through Nyx. If one were to be pedantic about it, he had essentially severed his familial ties with them. Hypnos, Thanatos, I am going to create the underworld within the netherworld. For the time being, the two of you will manage this place. Yes. The twin gods complied, and the other underworld gods showed expressions of joy. When Hades uttered the word, underworld, a mysterious connection made these underworld gods realize that it was the divine realm where they truly belonged. Although the netherworld was also their divine realm, who would actually prefer a completely empty, pitch-black space of darkness? Without paying further attention to the other gods, Hades transformed into a bolt of black lightning and vanished from the temple's main hall. When he reappeared, he was already at the edge of the netherworld. At this moment, Hades' ultimate power erupted completely. Primordial gods were inherently creator deities, and the ultimate power could easily create worlds. Deities who reached the rank of main god also possessed the divine power of creation. Having both, creating the underworld was naturally an effortless task for Hades. The road to the underworld. Looking up, no stars can be seen. Looking ahead, no end is in sight. Looking back, no relatives or friends can be found. The home viewing pavilion. Here, the souls of the deceased can turn back to gaze upon their hometown and catch a final glimpse of their family and friends. The gate of hell. Arriving here marks the entrance to the underworld. The Sanzu River. To truly enter the underworld, one must cross the river of the dead by boat. As Hades' divine thoughts surged, his words became law. Land, rivers, gates, and temples manifested one after another within the empty netherworld. Originally, Hades had intended to create the underworld based on the underworld of Greek mythology. But remembering that the system had once rewarded him with a law of the underworld from Eastern mythology, Hades also drew inspiration from Hutu's transformation into samsara and the construction of the Eastern netherworld when creating his underworld. Hades had a premonition that the more perfect he made the underworld, the more powerful he, as the underworld king, would become, and the more rewards he could obtain from the system. This premonition was incredibly strong. Therefore, Hades created the underworld with utmost seriousness, not daring to be careless in the slightest. Furthermore, in Hades's view, although the Hades of the original series was fair and selfless, he was also somewhat too cold and ruthless. Perhaps there was nothing wrong with being fair and selfless when judging the souls of the dead, but the entire underworld was not merely a place of punishment and judgment. Once the souls had served their sentences and cleared their karmic debts, they ought to receive some humane treatment. However, the Hades of the original series had no such consideration. To him, even if a human merely stepped on an ant or plucked a flower, it was an unforgivable sin, and they had to suffer eternal damnation. Although he had also created a place like Elysium, claiming it to be a paradise where only those chosen by the gods could go, a place free from pain, hunger, war, and sorrow, liberating one from all worries. How many humans had the Hades of the original series actually chosen? Even before the Holy War began, he would select the most pure-hearted youth in the world to use as his vessel. Yet after the Holy War, which of those chosen youths was ever allowed to enter Elysium? In the end, were they not just treated like tools, discarded after use, and thrown into hell to be punished? Now, as a transmigrator, Hades would naturally not do such a thing. He did not strive to create a perfect underworld, but he wanted to make it as flawless as possible. 7 days later, the once empty netherworld was completely transformed. The 8 prisons, the 3 valleys, the 10 trenches, the 4 spheres. At this moment, Hades stood high in the sky of the underworld, looking down upon his grand achievement. And in the far upper reaches of the Acheron River in the underworld, on the boundless plains across the Lethe River, Hades had likewise created Elysium. However, he divided this Elysium into 2 parts. One was the divine realm, which was the place where only the underworld gods could reside. The other was the human realm, which would serve as the dwelling place for the virtuous and the specters under Hades's command. Needless to say, for those virtuous people, Hades would not forget the merit of the specter stars protecting their master when he was being hunted by Hyperion. In the future, as long as those specters shining under the specter stars were not utterly heinous, Hades would allow them to have their own utopia as a living environment. After all, most of those working in the underworld were just underworld messengers and minor soldiers. As the orthodox warriors under Hades's command, it was only natural to grant the specters some benefits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully creating the underworld. The system has successfully bound the divine domain, underworld. You have received a building reward. Underworld Messenger Camp. Underworld Messenger Camp automatically summons and creates an underworld messenger who is absolutely loyal to the host every 3 hours. They belong to the rank and file soldiers of the Hades army, wearing inferior surplices that do not belong to the 108 demon stars. They possess combat power several times that of ordinary humans, but are weaker than bronze saints. As the lowest level personnel of the underworld, they are responsible for various tasks and affairs in the underworld. You have received the divine domain divine artifact, Gate of the Underworld. Gate of the Underworld, a divine artifact exclusive to the divine domain, underworld. The Gate of the Underworld completely seals off the space of the underworld, making it impossible for outsiders to break in using spatial abilities, and preventing internal personnel from leaving through spatial abilities. Only the host, as Hades, or those granted privileges by the host can ignore the restriction of the Gate of the Underworld and enter and exit freely. The system's voice resounded in Hades' mind. In the next second, a pillar of light rose from both the central and peripheral areas of the underworld. Among them, the pillar of light in the central area was the building added to the underworld by the system, the Underworld Messenger Camp. Of course, although it was called a camp, it was actually just a large tent. Inside the tent was a huge dark purple magic circle. As the magic circle flashed with light, a rank-and-file soldier wearing an inferior surplice emerged from it. The appearance of this underworld messenger camp could be considered to have saved Hades the trouble of creating underworld messengers himself. Although the speed at which the camp created soldiers was not fast, over time, it would accumulate into no small number. Moreover, although these soldiers were humanoid, they were not humans in the purest sense. They were like the living dead, requiring no food or sleep, and could work for Hades day and night without rest. However, the underworld created by Hades was a boundless, vast world. To keep the entire underworld running, the number of underworld messengers required would definitely not be small. However, at present, there were not many souls of the deceased in the underworld, only the spirits of some animals. After all, humans had not been created yet. To make the underworld prosper, the human race had to flourish first. And this period of time would be enough for the underworld messengers to grow to a certain scale. In Hades' view, even to keep the underworld running in a simple manner, at least hundreds of thousands of underworld messengers would be needed. To fully operate it, tens of millions or even hundreds of millions would not be too many. Compared to the pillar of light in the central area, the one in the peripheral area interested Hades more. This was because the divine domain divine artifact gifted by the system, the gate of the underworld, happened to be bestowed upon the gate of hell created by Hades. Although it looked no different from the previous gate of hell on the outside, Hades could feel the powerful divine power contained within it. In Hades' view, the current gate of hell had probably become a special structure that was not inferior to the Wailing Wall in the slightest. The divine power emitted by the gate of the underworld directly strengthened and reinforced the space of the underworld. It had become impossible for outsiders to use spatial abilities to break in from other areas of the underworld. Even the super dimension of the path of the gods was completely closed off under the blockade of the gate of the underworld. To put it bluntly, the gate of the underworld alone was one of the strongest defensive lines of the underworld. Ding! It is detected that the host has created the underworld and become the lord of the underworld gods, truly becoming Hades. System functions are now unlocked. You have obtained a special divine domain, Divine Tomb. Divine Tomb, the grave of the gods. As the king of the underworld who rules over all life in the universe, it is naturally not as simple as just ruling over mortals. Even the lives of the gods should be ruled by the host. As a functional domain of the system, this divine domain is fully bound to the system. The souls of deceased gods will be forcibly drawn to the divine tomb for burial, the will of the gods will be forcibly suppressed, and the immortality of the gods will be broken. Aside from the host, the divine tomb completely ignores the interference of other gods and can continuously extract the divine power of the buried gods to feed back to the host. You have obtained the underworld divine artifact, Hades' Throne. Hades' Throne. A divine artifact exclusive to Hades, the Hades Throne can only be used in the underworld. Sitting on the throne increases all attributes by 100%. The throne has its own reflective power, nullifying and reflecting all attacks and influences of so-called non-divine power and god-slaying power, while divine power and god-slaying power are weakened by 30%. You have obtained the divine artifact, God Cloth of Hades. God Cloth of Hades. A divine artifact exclusive to Hades, the Battle Cloth of Hades, meticulously crafted by the system, is the strongest divine armor that only the host can wear. It possesses many abilities such as power amplification, super spatio-temporal defense, and causality concealment. Even if the host breaks through from a main god to a super god, the God Cloth of Hades will not become obsolete, its very existence is equivalent to a god. You have obtained a god-slaying weapon, Hades' Sword. Hades' Sword. A divine artifact exclusive to Hades, the strongest divine weapon that only the host can use, possessing the power to cut through everything. Modified by the system, the Hades Sword can amplify the host's power. You have obtained the skill, Surplus Creation. Surplus Creation. For the underworld gods who are your subordinates and the specters who are the warriors under your command, specific battle cloths can be created based on their divine offices and the attributes of the specter stars. Excellent, the Hades set is also complete. Hades showed a look of joy. In fact, from the moment the system rewarded him with the Helm of Invisibility, he had guessed that the system would sooner or later give him Hades, battle cloth, weapons, and other equipment. Now that all this equipment was assembled, even if Cronus were to attack again, Hades had the confidence to defend against him, and even defeat him. Furthermore, with the surplus creation skill, Hypnos and the other underworld gods could also exert a considerable level of combat power. Facing the Titan clan, they could handle them to some extent and serve as Hades' assistants. The only pity was the specters. At present, humans had not yet been created. Therefore, even if Hades created 108 surpluses of the specter stars, there would be no humans to inherit the souls of the specter stars and become specters. As for the divine tomb and the Hades throne, the former was located behind the 8th prison, cocytus, covering an extremely vast area, and it would not be an exaggeration to call it the ninth prison. Meanwhile, the Hades throne was located in the far rear of the underworld, inside the temple of the fourth ring, Judecca. This place could basically be considered the end of the underworld. Passing through the temple, one would find the Wailing Wall in Elysium. Of course, even Elysium was within the blockade of the gate of the underworld, only separated by a super-dimensional tunnel in between. A moment later, inside the temple of Judecca. At this time, Hypnos, Thanatos, and the other underworld gods had also put on their respective surplices. Hades sat on the throne, looking down upon them. From this moment on, the underworld had truly entered the era of Hades, king of the underworld. The earth, Mount Othris, the Titan temple. Cronus was having a headache. Ever since the operation to assassinate Hades failed, he had seemed very anxious. On one hand, while in the underworld, Nyx had revealed power that surpassed the gods. Although Cronus had only been using a phantom form at that time, and it was not his true self who had descended, even in his phantom form, his power was not weak. Yet even so, Nyx had easily restrained him. This made Cronus, who had always had smooth sailing, feel fear for the first time. On the other hand, there was the loss of the god-slaying golden dagger. You must know, that dagger was something he had specially ordered the giants under his command to forge years ago, because he worried about the curse of his father, Uranus. Although that dagger was not very suitable for use on the battlefield, its lethality was extraordinary. If used against an infant, it would be quite terrifying. Now that the dagger was gone, and on top of that, he hadn't killed Hades, if it were to fall into Hades's hands, even he, Cronus, would have to be on guard. But even being on guard was useless. As long as Nyx was still in the underworld, Cronus dared not act rashly. My king, Koios requests an audience. Come in. As soon as Cronus spoke, one of the 12 titans, the husband of Phoebe, the god of lightning, Koios, opened the doors of the temple hall, walked in slowly, and then knelt before Cronus. Koios, you should already know the detailed situation. Yes, my king. I have already heard about it from Hyperion. Who would have thought that a mere Hades would cause so much trouble? It really is beyond our expectations. Koios spoke, and Cronus nodded as well. However, when he thought of the intelligence he had obtained from Nyx, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Hades is indeed very strange, but Nyx has also given me a definitive answer. He is not my destined nemesis. Although he is troublesome and is valued by Nyx, for now, he does not yet amount to being our great enemy. Is that true, my king? Koios was somewhat surprised, and Cronus nodded. However, concerning this, Koios was even more troubled. Among the 12 titans, he was known as the Enlightened One. Although he did not hold dominion over wisdom, his wisdom itself was very high. Like lightning, it could see through everything. My king, if possible, I would actually prefer that Hades were your destined nemesis. Now that he is not, the plight that our Titan clan will face in the future will likely be even greater. Why do you say that, Koios? Cronus looked at Koios. For this Titan god, one of the foremost sages, Cronus still attached great importance. My king, it is certain that your destined nemesis must be a brother of Hades. If that destined nemesis is born, and if it is truly as the prophecy states, becoming a great enemy of our Titan clan, then those two brothers will surely join forces. Furthermore, with Nyx's attitude currently unclear, my king, our current situation is actually already very dangerous. Hearing Koios say this, Cronus could not help but change color, and his breathing became a bit heavier. Of course, compared to Hades, he was actually more wary of Nyx. In his view, Nyx's attitude was the most important thing. As for Hades, although he was a main god and a powerful opponent, as the ruler of the universe and the king of the Titan clan, Cronus still believed he could easily deal with him. At most, it would just take a little effort. Of course, this was only because he did not yet know that Hades had been gestated a second time by Nyx. If he knew, then even Cronus would likely have to handle it with caution. The current Hades might not necessarily be inferior to him, the Titan King. Koios, how do you think we should break this deadlock now? My king, the current plan should be to prioritize determining Nyx's attitude. Although she saved Hades in the underworld, she did not deal a lethal blow to you or Hyperion, which shows that she may not want to get involved in the feud between us and Hades. As long as Nyx does not attack us at will, the situation will be much easier. At worst, we can make a pact with her and, incidentally, restrict Hades. What you say makes sense, then I will make another trip to the underworld. No, my king. This time, let me, Koyos, handle it. After all, you have just had a conflict with Nyx, and although she may not care, it is not very appropriate to go see her just like that. Then I will leave it to you, Koyos. Cronus nodded in agreement. He still highly recognized Koyos's abilities. Moreover, he was a smart man, and he was not prone to making mistakes when handling matters. It must be said, Koyos moved quickly. He had just left the Titan Temple, and immediately stepped into the underworld. But when he saw the changes in the underworld, he was dumbfounded. Moreover, he could also feel that when he entered the underworld, he was blocked by a mysterious force. This forced him, who had originally intended to enter the underworld temple to visit Nyx, to appear at the gate of hell instead. Is this what sealed the space? What incredible divine power! Those who enter here must abandon all falsehoods. What on earth has happened in the underworld? Koyos looked at the words on the gate of hell, and he could not help but frown. The changes in the underworld made him feel uneasy. For Titan gods like them, everything was currently unknown, and they needed to be cautious and vigilant. That is far enough, Koyos. You are. Hypnos. Just as Koyos was preparing to step through the gate of hell, Hypnos appeared out of thin air, directly blocking him and stopping him. And Hypnos' suit of sleep god surplice made Koyos widen his eyes, his expression full of astonishment. You must know, in the current era, excluding the battle cloths that the primordial gods possessed, the great treasures, only they, the Titan clan, had been granted battle cloths named Soma by Gaia. Hypnos was actually wearing a battle cloth now, which made a trace of uneasiness rise in his heart. After all, battle cloths were certainly meant to be used in battle. Hypnos, I didn't expect that Lady Nyx would actually grant you battle cloths as well. This matter has nothing to do with you. Koyos, this is the underworld, the living are not allowed to enter. Except for us underworld gods who can move freely here, even you Titan gods cannot just come in. Intruders will be treated as invaders and punished. Hypnos knew that Koyos had misunderstood, but that did not matter. For him, keeping Koyos out was what he needed to do. Now Nyx had already left, but under Hades' interference, the Titan gods did not know this news. As long as this intelligence was held well, it would also be an invisible deterrent to the Titan gods. And Hypnos himself was a smart man, he knew what to do. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Saint Seiya, Hades Reborn. Part 2. The Underworld. I see, a world created on the foundation of the Netherworld. What an incredible feat. In that case, please trouble yourself to inform Lady Nyx that the Titan god Koyos requests an audience. Koyos saw through the basic layout of the underworld at a glance, but that wasn't the point. He would not forget his purpose here. No matter why Nyx had bestowed the battle cloths upon Hypnos and the others, Koyos had to see her. Only by speaking with her face to face could he return and report back. Give up, Koyos. Lady Nyx will not see anyone. Furthermore, Lady Nyx has now handed full ownership of the underworld over to Lord Hades. Lord Hades is now the king who rules the underworld. What? Hades? Koyos's eyes widened, and he took a sharp breath, saying, does this mean you underworld gods are preparing to go to war with us Titan gods? Well, who knows? Koyos, you and I are both subjects. Sometimes, it is better not to presume to guess our lord's thoughts. That would be highly disrespectful. Whether it is Lady Nyx's thoughts or Lord Hades' intentions, the only thing I, Hypnos, can do is obey. Hypnos said indifferently, while Koyos furrowed his brows, seemingly trying to read Hypnos' thoughts. However, Hypnos remained unmoved. How could a minor situation like this trouble him? Even if Koyos stared until he went blind, he wouldn't be able to read a full thing. Since the affairs of the underworld are now fully handled by Hades, then Hypnos, please introduce me. I wish to pay my respects to the Lord Underworld King. Oh, you are quite bold, Koyos. If you aren't afraid of death, then come. Hypnos said with a smile. Although persuading Koyos to leave would have been the best option, it didn't matter if he couldn't. In the past, when Nyx was still around, she was cold and disliked seeing people. So even if Koyos didn't see Nyx, her invisible deterrent force would still remain. Furthermore, letting Koyos see Hades and realize that the current Hades was no longer what he used to be would also serve as a huge deterrent to the Titan clan. With Nyx as the intangible threat and Hades as the tangible one, these two trump cards were, in Hypnos's view, enough to make the Titan clan, led by Cronus, tuck in their tails and behave themselves. At least, the underworld faction led by Hades would not have to worry about Cronus launching a war against them. Although the current Hades would have the strength to fight even if he faced the Titan clan, the underworld's current forces were still not sufficient after all. It was naturally best if they could avoid going to war. As for Hades, he also didn't want to fight a battle he wasn't sure of winning. Koyos didn't think too much about this either. If he couldn't see Nyx, seeing Hades was also a good option. Although they were indeed enemies, Hades's current identity and status were no longer the same as before. Koyos did not believe that Hades would casually make a move against him. No matter what, the current Koyos represented the Titan clan. If Hades really killed him, it might truly lead to a holy war between the two major factions. However, as soon as Koyos stepped through the gate of hell, his expression instantly changed, faintly carrying a trace of horror. This is a barrier. Correct, Koyos. I don't mind telling you that Lord Hades received the support of Lady Nyx, and the underworld was created on this very foundation. Now, Lord Hades's barrier covers the entire underworld, making this a divine realm that other gods cannot easily interfere with. Hypnos said, a hint of pride in his expression. Koyos had a solemn look on his face. He tried to stretch his limbs. Although there was no visible change on the surface, he felt incredibly heavy, as if his body were bound with hundreds of tons of weight, restricting his agility. Furthermore, the burning of his cosmo had also become sluggish, not as smooth as it was in other places. Koyos estimated that his combat power was suppressed by at least 50%. In response to this, Hypnos was all smiles. In a normal battle, he had the self-awareness to know that aside from Hades, none of the underworld gods were a match for the other 11 Titan gods, excluding Cronus. Although Hypnos and the others had now donned their surplices, the soma of the Titan gods was clearly much more superior. Furthermore, the disassembled state of the Titan gods' soma was weapons, which made them much more adept at combat. To put it bluntly, even though both were second-tier gods, a single Titan god could fight the twin gods. But once inside the range of this barrier, the outcome would be different. The barrier created by Hades could not only weaken the enemy's power but also boost the combat strength of his subordinates. Within this barrier, Hypnos was at least 30% stronger than his normal state. With this increase and decrease, it would no longer be difficult for Hypnos to defeat Koyos. At most, it would just take some effort. Of course, this was also because the current Hades was much stronger than the Hades in the original series. If it were the Hades from the original plot, his barrier could only restrict humans at most. For gods, the effect of the barrier was almost negligible. And Hades had also drawn inspiration from the original plot to set up the barrier within the underworld. With the barrier weakening external enemies and the gate of the underworld, gate of hell, sealing off space, the internal security of the underworld was finally guaranteed. Hades did not want the underworld he created to be exploited by other gods like in the original plot. How about it, Koyos? Do you still want to see Lord Hades? Having entered the underworld, to us, you are really no different from a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Hypnos teased, while Koyos gritted his teeth and said, lead the way. I, Koyos, am not a coward who fears death. Then, as you wish. Hypnos said, then grabbed Koyos's shoulder with one hand to teleport. Although they basically had to move step by step due to the lockdown of the gate of the underworld, with the privileges bestowed by Hades, these underworld gods did not have this restriction. Furthermore, Hades would also grant privileges to the specters in the future. In this way, within the underworld, the mobility of Hades's faction would far exceed that of other hostile forces. Unless an opposing mythological legion possessed combat power far surpassing that of their underworld, the underworld would remain impregnable. It would be absolutely impossible for outsiders to conquer the underworld. For Hades, nothing in the world was more important than the absolute safety of his own base. He was not the Hades from the original plot, he had no ambition to conquer the Earth. Even if he currently held a grudge against Cronus and the other members of the Titan clan, there was no rush. At least, right now, nothing was more important than guarding his own small territory. Deep within the underworld, in the fourth ring, the Temple of Judeca. With a flicker of eerie light, Hypnos and Koios appeared inside the temple. Lord Hades, I have brought him. Hypnos knelt down respectfully before Hades. He knew that nothing happening in the underworld could escape Hades' notice. And since Hades had not stopped Hypnos from bringing him, it meant that Hades had agreed to meet Koios. Dismissed. Understood. Hypnos nodded and then stood to the right side. Koios looked at the underworld gods on both sides with a solemn expression. Currently, the leading twin gods stood on either side, while the other underworld gods stood obediently in 2 rows, standing tall and majestic. They were all clad in their surplices, looking awe-inspiring. Judging by their positions alone, it was easy to see that the twin gods were the right and left hands that Hades highly valued. With the god of sleep, Hypnos, to devise strategies on the civil side, and the god of death, Thanatos, to lead the charge on the military side, along with a group of deities of decent strength, Hades' current underworld faction was indeed full of talent. Of course, if it were only these people, Koios naturally wouldn't care too much. What truly terrified him was Hades, who sat on the main throne of the temple. With just a single glance, Koios trembled all over. Hades' terrifying divine power even gave Koios the illusion that he was facing Cronus. You are Hades. How audacious, Koios, to dare address my lord directly by his name. Thanatos frowned, warning Koios. At this, Koios was filled with astonishment. In his understanding, Hades was merely a divine child who had been born not long ago. How could he have suddenly grown into a youth of 12 or 13 years old just a few months after escaping? One had to know that the growth and gestation cycles of gods were completely different from those of humans. For the gods, perhaps even several hundred years would only allow a divine child to grow a tiny bit. From a newborn infant to full adulthood, some gods might require tens of thousands of years. And once a god reached a certain age, time would no longer leave any trace on them. Under normal circumstances, gods possessed eternal and immortal lives, they retained eternal youth and would never age. Unless they were certain specific deities, in the absence of external influence, gods could completely achieve true immortality. For Hades to grow directly from an infant to a youth like this was clearly abnormal in Koios' eyes. Boom. Hades' eyes suddenly flashed with a red glow, and in an instant, a terrifying, heavy pressure bore down on Koios. The horrific gravity pinned him flat to the ground, and even the floor sank deeply because of it, collapsing into a huge crater. At this moment, Koios spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire body creaking and groaning. His soma began to crack and shatter, and his bones broke one after another, letting out continuous, agonizing snaps. Is this the power of Lord Hades? What terrifying divine power! Even a man like Koios is completely helpless against it. The faces of the underworld gods on both sides were filled with shock. The power Hades displayed so casually was simply too immense, filling these weaker underworld gods with absolute worship. Soon, Hades withdrew the gravity. Although he desperately wanted to kill all the Titan gods, Hades also knew that now was not the time to act. Although he could easily eliminate Koios here, the subsequent chain reaction would definitely bring more harm than good to the underworld led by Hades. He knew very well that no matter how much Cronus feared Nyx, if Koios were to die here, Cronus would definitely launch a war against the underworld to defend his own authority and that of the Titan clan. Once the war began, the fake trump card of Nyx would fall apart on its own. And a Cronus with no more scruples would surely fight Hades to the bitter end. This was definitely not a scenario Hades wanted to see. Koios, I truly wish to kill you, and you should be well aware of this. However, since my mother goddess, Lady Nyx, has already entrusted the underworld to me, as the underworld king, I cannot act too impulsively. Watch your words next time. While it might not be convenient to kill you outright, crippling you wouldn't be a problem at all. I understand, Lord Hades. It was my impoliteness. Koios stood up in utter shock and wiped the blood from his mouth. From the very first moment he laid eyes on Hades, he had vaguely felt that something was amiss. But he never expected that Hades would actually refer to Nyx as his mother goddess. This was completely beyond his expectations. Although he didn't know how Hades had come to recognize Nyx as his mother, it was clear from this how highly Nyx regarded Hades. This made Koios feel increasingly uneasy about the situation. And Hades' divine power was also terrifying. Just as Hades temporarily did not want to go to war with the Titan clan, Koios did not want a war to break out between the Titan clan and the underworld either. Hades already possessed the combat power of a major god. If two mythological legions went to war, it would most likely be a battle of gods where the mortals suffer. Indeed, before the two major gods, Hades and Cronus, the other 11 titans and the underworld gods were truly no different from mortals. The ultimate result of a divine war of this scale would most likely be the lords of both sides fighting to the death, while their subordinates were all caught in the crossfire and perished. Even the entire universe could potentially be completely destroyed in the battle between two major gods. After all, neither Cronus nor the current Hades was an ordinary major god. Then, state your purpose. Yes. Originally, I came to visit Lady Nyx under my king's orders. Since the underworld is now under your jurisdiction, Lord Hades, telling you the result is the same. My king hopes to reach a reconciliation with you, Lord. Koios spoke. Although his original purpose was to understand Nyx's attitude. Now that Hades was in charge, asking such questions was clearly no longer appropriate. In that case, it would be better to pacify Hades first and discuss a countermeasure with Cronus after returning. Reconciliation. Laughable. Koios, do you think there is still any possibility of reconciliation between Cronus and me? Hades sneered. Although he also wanted to pacify Cronus first, the current situation was clearly a negotiation phase. Since it was a negotiation, he had to ensure he held the dominant voice. No matter the final outcome, the one who held the dominant voice would definitely have the upper hand. Granted, there are irreconcilable conflicts between you, Lord, and us. But just as you said, you are now the underworld king and cannot act impulsively. The same goes for my king. As the God King who rules the entire universe, if he rashly goes to war with you, the final outcome is likely something neither you nor my king would wish to see. Thus, fighting leads to mutual destruction, while peace benefits both sides. Wouldn't that be better? That sounds nice. But don't think I don't know, Koios. The curse of Uranus, god of the sky, and the god destined to bring calamity upon Cronus, and even your entire Titan clan, is not me. One day in the future, my brother will be born into this world and overthrow Cronus's, rule. In that case, why should I make peace with you? The scales of victory will eventually tilt slowly in my favor. Hades said. Koios, however, had an indifferent look on his face, appearing quite calm. Perhaps you are right, Lord Hades. But, Lord Hades, after an exception like you, do you really think we would make the same mistake again? To put it another way, it's impossible for every single one of your brothers to be favored by Lady Nyx like you, is it? After all, we are gods. Prophecies may not necessarily work on us. Upon hearing Koios's words, Hades could not help but fall silent. In fact, compared to Cronus, Hades was actually far more wary of Zeus. Yes, Zeus. If possible, Hades even wished that Zeus would never be born, or simply die in the womb. Anyone who knew Greek mythology knew just how abnormal Zeus, the third-generation king of gods, truly was. Every woman he had slept with chose to submit to him and became his helper. If it were just mortal women, it could somewhat be attributed to fear of power. But for even goddesses to be like this was truly hard to understand. For a rapist to live such a comfortable life was simply beyond absurd, it was utterly ridiculous. Furthermore, whenever Zeus encountered difficulties or tribulations, there would always be benefactors to help him. He would always get through them safely and ultimately achieve his goals. If nothing else, his experiences before becoming the king of gods were nothing short of miraculous. Of the 6 children born to Cronus and Rhea, the first 5 were all swallowed by Cronus. Only when it came to Zeus did Rhea's heart soften, and she managed to deceive him with a stone. Most importantly, the grand second-generation king of gods, Cronus, was actually blind enough not to notice. And when Zeus lacked brains, the goddess of wisdom became his wife. When he had no weapons, the Cyclops made them for him. When his forces were no match for the Titan clan directly split from within. Cronus I'm falling apart. In short, for someone like Zeus, the stronger his enemies were, the more powerful his helpers would be. There was no obstacle he couldn't overcome; if there was, the obstacle itself would break. And that was just traditional Greek mythology. Now, in this mythological era of the Saint Seiya plane, Hades felt that things might be even more ridiculous. Although he had no proof, in his view, Zeus most likely had an inexplicable, ambiguous relationship with Kronos, the overlord of infinite space-time and the super god. In fact, in Hades's view, the agreement between Nyx and Kronos that she had mentioned probably had countless ties to Zeus as well. It could be said that Zeus was simply a walking cheat. Even novel authors wouldn't dare write him this way. He was more Long Aotian than Long Aotian himself. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the author's own son. In contrast, Hades and Poseidon were like children picked up from a trash can. They only received a tiny bit of care simply because they could latch onto a bit of blood relation with Zeus. Therefore, compared to facing Zeus, Hades was actually more willing to face Cronus. His third brother was a fellow who could not be judged by common sense. Even if Hades had no ambition to rule the entire universe, he would still prefer to let Zeus die in the womb. Tell me, what kind of peace are we talking about? Hades pondered for a moment before speaking. Although what he wanted now was development and guarding his own little territory, he still had to consider the future. If he could reach a reconciliation with the Titan clan, even if only temporarily, he could squeeze out some time to lay out his plans for the future. As a transmigrator, he had read many prehistoric genre web novels in the past. Although the Eastern prehistoric myths and the Western Greek mythology were completely different systems, it was still possible to borrow some ideas from the handsome readers. Worst case scenario, Hades could keep it simple and directly take Zeus's path, leaving Zeus with no path to walk. While he might not achieve the same level of success as Zeus, he would certainly reap plenty of benefits. Of course, given Zeus's typical nature, even if all the paths were blocked, he would probably still be able to carve out a new broad highway. That third-generation king of gods of Greek mythology truly did not play by the rules. Unaware of Hades's thoughts, Koios's eyes lit up at this. He knew that the turning point for the Titan gods and the underworld gods had arrived. Lord Hades, since the authority of the underworld is already in your hands, from this day forth, we Titan gods will no longer interfere with your underworld palace and the netherworld. The same will apply to the souls of the deceased entering the netherworld in the future. Of course, we also hope that you can respect the divine realm ruled by its Titan gods. We shall coexist peacefully and govern our respective domains. What you say makes a lot of sense, but why do I feel like I'm getting the short end of the stick? Hearing Hades's words, Koios's smile widened. Negotiations, after all, were a matter of demanding an exorbitant price and counter-offering on the spot. Since Hades did not reject his proposal outright, in Koios's eyes, it meant Hades also had intentions in this direction. The remaining issues were really just a matter of squabbling over minor interests. Lord Hades, I, Koios, am after all of little consequence, and cannot fully make the decisions regarding these matters. How about this? 3 months from now will be the grand banquet of our Titan clan. On behalf of the Titan clan, I, Koios, invite you all to attend the banquet. You can also discuss the details with our king. What do you think? Very well. Hades did not hesitate and agreed directly. At this moment, he had to show his strength. Even if the Titan clan might set a trap at the banquet, Hades could not show any weakness. He knew that Koios, like Hypnos, was a smart man. If he hesitated and showed fear now, it would instead arouse Koios's suspicion. Furthermore, Hades also wanted to take this opportunity to test Kronos's capabilities. Knowing oneself and one's enemy is the key to winning 100 battles. The scale of his future actions would also depend entirely on the gap in strength between himself and Kronos. Truth is often within the range of cannons, is it not? In that case, we shall await your presence at Mount Othris. Indeed. Hypnos, see our guest out. Yes. At Hades's command, Hypnos escorted Koios out of the temple. Just as he had arrived, he was now escorted out by Hypnos in the same manner. Presented to you by the great author Taoist friend Stab's adoptive father, Saint Seiya, Reborn Hades. The Earth, Mount Othris, Titan Temple. After Koyos left the underworld, he immediately hurried back to his home base and reported everything that had happened in the underworld truthfully to Cronus. Regarding this, although Cronus was incredibly shocked, he couldn't help but harbor a peculiar thought in his heart. That feeling was very strange. Although he wished he could strangle Hades to death with one hand, seeing his eldest son become capable gave him a strange sense of gratification. However, this gratification came quickly and went even faster. Regardless, the current Hades was the biggest obstacle to his, Cronus's, rule over the entire universe. As for the authority over the underworld, Cronus would absolutely not give it up. But he also knew that it was already impossible to take away Hades's authority with the support of Nyx. Therefore, Cronus did not oppose the reconciliation that Koyos had proposed to Hades. In his view, this was already the best outcome for the short term. Koyos, you handled this matter well. Given the current situation, we should indeed stabilize Hades first. Once our Titan clan has dealt with the god of the tribulation, we can slowly deal with him then. You are right, King. However, Hades should not be underestimated, he seems to have learned many secrets from Nyx. Therefore, King, I have a proposal. Let's hear it. Since we will be inviting Hades and his group of underworld gods to a banquet in 3 months to discuss the reconciliation, why not take this opportunity to better solidify our relationship and also put Hades at ease? You mean, marriage alliance? As soon as Koyos said this, Cronus's eyes lit up. As for Hades, although he had now become the son of Nyx, he had, after all, emerged from him and Rhea first, and he and the Titan clan already had an inseparable and complicated relationship. Furthermore, as Hades was now the Hades, king of the underworld, and a hegemon in his own right, it would not be excessive for him to take a Titan god as his wife. In fact, if this could be used as an opportunity to make Hades submit, it would be even better. By then, when the god of the tribulation of their Titan clan descended, Cronus could completely make Hades and the other party stage a drama of brothers killing each other. Then their Titan clan would be sitting securely on the fishing platform. Of course, this was just a thought. Cronus also knew that making Hades submit was almost impossible. However, even if it was just to stabilize Hades, Cronus felt it was enough. Koyos, your proposal is very good. So, do you have any candidates? Well, King, rather than us helping Hades choose, it would be better to let Hades choose for himself. This can also avoid unnecessary unpleasantness. Doesn't that guy Oceanus have many daughters? For this banquet, gather all the unmarried Oceanids. They are all beautiful as flowers, and I think Hades will surely be able to fancy one. Good, let's do it that way. Cronus decided the matter directly. In his view, for the future of their Titan clan, sacrificing just one Oceanid was nothing at all. And while Cronus and Koyos were discussing the affairs of the banquet, at the foot of Mount Othrys, Prometheus, having received permission from Cronus, also began to prepare to create life. In these few months, Prometheus had been thinking about what kind of race to create. Until recently, he finally had an answer. And the reason he chose the foot of Mount Othrys was that this place had once been the battlefield where Cronus campaigned against Uranus. This mountain flowed with the divine blood of Uranus, and the Earth Mother Goddess, Gaia, had also given birth to many deities here, including the 12 Titan gods. Prometheus knew very well that the current Mount Othrys was the place with the strongest spirituality in this world. The blood essence of the gods and the essence of the Earth Mother Goddess were all mixed on this land. The life race created with this as raw material would surely be the most spiritual life race besides the gods. At once, Prometheus scooped up soil, moistened it with nearby river water, and then used his hands to mold it. In Prometheus's view, the most excellent life race in the universe was undoubtedly the gods. And to create the most excellent life race, one only needed to mold it by imitating the form of the gods. It was easy to handle the limbs and physique, but when it came to creating the face, Prometheus was a bit at a loss for a moment. It seems you are doing a great thing, Prometheus. Who are you? Just as Prometheus, this second-generation Titan, was struggling, an adult man wearing a cloak suddenly appeared before him. The man's face was hidden under a mask. Even Prometheus, as a god, could not see through his true appearance. But he knew that the other party was definitely a god, and a very powerful one at that. After all, he hadn't created the creature known as humans yet. Anyone with this physique could only be a god. Who I am is irrelevant. I just think you are doing a remarkable thing, Prometheus. If you encounter difficulties, why not tell me? Perhaps I might be able to help you. Actually, there are no difficulties, it's just that I am a bit bewildered when it comes to creating the face. If I simply imitate the faces of the gods, I feel it would be very disrespectful to those gods. Prometheus's eyes flickered, not knowing what to do. Regarding this, the man laughed and said, "This is very simple. A face is nothing more than the combination of facial features, and the face shape is nothing more than round, square, or oval. The size of the eyes, the flatness or bridge of the nose, the thickness of the lips, the length of the eyelashes and beard, the sparseness of the hair, adding a dimple or removing a mole, double eyelids or single eyelids, these are all different faces." As the man spoke, his hands revealed images, and various kinds of faces immediately appeared from the images, making Prometheus's eyes light up with gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, you are truly a remarkable god. Perhaps it is a bit rude, but, could you let me catch a glimpse of your true face? I hope the first creature I create will come into the world with your face." The man was stunned, then immediately shook his head and said, "No, this is top secret. As for the face, just do whatever you think is best." As soon as the words left his mouth, the man flashed and instantly disappeared from the foot of Mount Othris. Prometheus stared blankly at this scene, then raised the corners of his mouth. "Hades, king of the underworld, you are truly a remarkable god. I hope that the next time we meet, you will still be as wise as you are today." That fellow Prometheus. Hades looked at Prometheus in shock. He had never expected that his true identity would be seen through. Of course, if Prometheus had known that Hades had not left directly after disappearing, but was instead hiding in the shadows observing, he would probably have regretted exposing Hades's identity. Had he kept it to himself, it would have been fine, but by speaking it aloud, he naturally drew Hades's attention. One must know that Hades had used his helm of invisibility for this secret outing. Furthermore, to prevent Prometheus from seeing through his identity, he had even altered his physical form and hidden his face, yet he was still seen through in the end. From this, the wisdom of Prometheus was clear. Of course, Prometheus had only guessed Hades's identity. Although he possessed foresight, he still could not see through Hades's destiny. After all, this was something even Nyx could not do. No matter how powerful Prometheus was, he could not possibly compare to Nyx. At this moment, as Prometheus successfully sculpted the face of a human, a powerful cosmo immediately flared up from the first human. At this moment, not only was Prometheus, the creator, shocked, but Hades, Cronus, Gaia, all the gods in the universe were drawn to this place. The birth of the first human and the wonders revealed by humanity let all the gods know that this was an extraordinary race. The cosmo of humans did not differ much from that of gods. Since Uranus was overthrown by Cronus, his divine blood had been scattered across the earth. Mount Othris, in particular, benefited the most. The divine blood of the primordial god was truly too powerful. Even after hundreds of years, the potency of the divine blood remained incredibly strong. And Prometheus created humans using this soil soaked in the blood of the gods, giving humanity a divinity that only gods possessed. Yes, divinity. Although the soil used for a single human was good, and the divinity it carried was minuscule, this effect was not the least bit inferior to giving humans the gods' innate state of suspended animation. Furthermore, it was the kind without any side effects whatsoever. Without a doubt, this batch of humans, inherently possessing divinity, would infinitely approach the gods. Without external interference, they would be immortal and ageless, no different from gods. Moreover, their innate seventh sense cosmo also gave them the power to rival a third-rate god. With just a little guidance and learning, they would be the most outstanding warriors. It could be said that other than lacking the will of the gods, the most sacred power in the universe, this first batch of created humans was truly not much different from ordinary gods. As expected of the humans known as the Golden Age, they are simply too outstanding. What a pity. Hades, hidden in the shadows, shook his head slightly and sighed. He admitted that Prometheus's masterpiece was admirable, but one must not forget that the excellence of these golden humans was ultimately built upon the divine blood of Uranus, the god of the sky. Only the divine blood of a super god would never fade in potency. Otherwise, no matter how excellent the divine blood was, it would eventually lose its efficacy under the ravages of time. In other words, this first batch of created humans would eventually lose their divinity over time. Especially after they reproduced, the lineage of divine blood would become increasingly diluted, and their immortality would eventually be completely exhausted. Of course, even so, some characteristics of the golden humans would still be preserved. For example, the power of possessing the seventh sense Cosmo at birth would be passed down. But even this was terrifying. One must know that warriors of the seventh sense Cosmo were already beings in the domain of the speed of light, and saying their various abilities were off the charts was no exaggeration. Their fists could split the heavens, their feet could shatter the earth, and they could crush galaxies. Combined with various powerful superpowers, even without divinity and immortality, calling them earthly deities was not an exaggeration at all. For humans, they were already outrageously strong. As expected, after creating the 100th human, Prometheus also noticed that the divinity of Mount Othrys's soil had depleted severely. If he continued to create more, the effect would certainly not compare to the first 100 he had made. But in Prometheus's view, having these 100 humans, 50 pairs of men and women, was already enough to allow this newly created race to reproduce and carry on. What Prometheus needed to do next was to teach them basic knowledge and the principles of survival. In a situation where the gods did not interfere with mortal beings, this batch of golden humans was sufficient to replace the gods in dominating the resources of the earth. Hades did not stay long. After Prometheus stopped creating humans, he returned to the underworld. In fact, if the birth of humanity had not concerned the souls of the specter stars and the birth of the specters, he would not have even intervened in the matter of creating humans. Furthermore, even though humans had been created, Hades would not interfere with this first batch of golden humans. They were too outstanding. As a Titan, the living race created by Prometheus naturally and logically became the property of the Titan clan. Right now, all the gods were drawn to this perfect creation. If Hades were to make a move, there was a high probability he would be detected. Only when the fervor surrounding the creation of humanity cooled down, and when the golden humans' divinity and immortality were completely lost, causing the gods to gradually lose interest in them, would it be the time for Hades to make his move. The underworld, the temple of Judica. Welcome back, Lord Hades. Seeing Hades' return, the underworld gods, led by the twin gods, immediately welcomed him. To this, Hades nodded. With a wave of his hand, the surpluses corresponding to the 108 demon stars immediately manifested in the temple. This batch of surpluses had been created along with the surpluses of Hypnos and the others when Hades made them. The underworld gods understood this as well. Now, the 108 demon stars had already been transferred by Hades to the sky of the underworld. Just from the resonance between the specter stars and the surpluses, they had already guessed much of what was happening. Philotes. Yes, Lord Hades. You all should already know about Prometheus creating humans. Philotes, I need you to use your power to make humanity multiply in large numbers. The specters corresponding to my specter stars cannot rely on that first batch of humans. Only when humanity multiplies in large numbers can the army belonging to me assemble more quickly. Leave it to me, Lord Hades. Philotes agreed with a face full of smiles. She was the goddess representing affection and love, the goddess of friendship. However, Philotes's friendship was built upon lust and debauchery. That right, she was a goddess of lust who ruled over romantical desire. To describe her in modern terms, it would probably be that this woman's mind was dirtier than a man's. And if they wanted to get the golden humans to reproduce in large numbers, there was no one more suitable than this goddess. Although the golden humans all possessed the power of the seventh sense and Philotes was only a third-rate god, making their power comparable. Those newly created humans were like blank sheets of paper. Even if they possessed great power, they did not know how to use it, all of which required Prometheus to guide them slowly. During this window of opportunity, it was more than enough for Philotes to show her capabilities. Hypnos, Thanatos. Yes. After Philotes allows humanity to multiply in large numbers, you will act in secret to guide the souls of the specter stars to awaken within humans, converting them into specters. Remember, this must be done in absolute secrecy, and you must do your best to prevent the Titan gods from finding out. You can take your time, there is no rush. In the coming period, there should be a long era of peace between us and the Titan gods. Once the banquet 3 months from now is over, both sides should coexist in peace for at least several centuries. During these hundreds of years, you must ensure that all 108 specters return to their proper places. Yes, my lord. Hypnos and Thanatos nodded in agreement. Although humanity had only just been created and had not yet produced offspring, as second-class gods, they could tell that humanity's productivity was highly exceptional. A few hundred years would be more than enough for the human population to grow and flourish. With plenty of time and only needing to select 108 individuals from among them to serve as specters, this was by no means a difficult task for the twin gods. Geras. Yes. Humanity should not possess eternal life. Even humans with divine nature will damage their bodies through excessive debauchery. Geras, you are the god of old age who rules over aging. Use your power to make those humans who indulge in excessive debauchery grow old and die. The underworld I created is a place of reincarnation for the deceased. Humans will surely be frequent visitors here. Yes, my lord. Euronymos. Yes. Humans are children of the earth, created from clay, and after death, they should return dust to dust, earth to earth. Euronymos, you are the malevolent god who rules over decay. After humans die, use your power to completely rot their corpses, allowing their physical essence to return to the earth. Yes. Just as Hades was making this series of arrangements, the various Titan gods, while paying close attention to the humanity created by Prometheus, also received news of the banquet. At this moment, in the palace of the ocean, Oceanus's expression was very grim. Having received the notification, he naturally knew that Cronus and Koios planned to offer up his daughters. At this point, even he could not help but feel resentment toward Koios. Indeed, he had many children. Together with Tethys, the goddess of the sea who was also one of the 12 titans, they had sired 3,000 river gods and 3,000 oceanids. Even in Greek mythology, they were famously prolific. Although the vast majority of them were third-rate gods, with only a very few being second-tier gods. But Oceanus and Tethys naturally cherished their own children. And precisely because of these children, although Oceanus did not fully control the authority of the ocean, his authority extended to almost all mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas across the world. It could be said that when it came to using his daughters for political marriages, Oceanus was thoroughly unwilling from the bottom of his heart. Yet even if he was unwilling, he would still carry out the king's command. Although he was the father of these children, Oceanus deeply adhered to his duty. As one of the 12 titans, he had to consider the entire Titan clan. Because of this, Oceanus did not harbor any ill thoughts toward Cronus, and merely had some grievances against Koios. Although he had many daughters, it wasn't as if the other Titan gods had none. Why did his daughters have to be the ones used for the marriage alliance? Not to mention anyone else, didn't Koios have daughters of his own? His eldest daughter, Leto, was the goddess of nurturing, and his second daughter, Asteria, was the goddess of falling stars. Both goddesses were first-rate beauties. Although Asteria had already married Perses, the god of destruction among the Titan gods, his eldest daughter Leto was still single. In terms of beauty, Leto was not much inferior to his own daughters. Why did he have to fixate on his daughters? Tethys, have the unmarried girls in our family prepare themselves. I understand, Oceanus. Tethys agreed, the king's command was not to be questioned. As for Koios, they would just find an opportunity to teach him a lesson in the future. Meanwhile, at the foot of Mount Othrys, Iapetus also went to find his son, Prometheus. Prometheus, the king has already issued instructions for the banquet. You should make some preparations as well. Father, humanity has only just been created and is still muddled and ignorant. I cannot leave them yet. Prometheus's face was full of apology. He knew very well that his father, Iapetus, loved him dearly. At this, Iapetus couldn't help but look at humanity, his expression turning somewhat complex. Prometheus, they are highly exceptional. You should have confidence in the race you created. Father, they are indeed exceptional, but they know nothing of power. I worry that after I leave, they might inadvertently abuse their power. If they cause massive destruction, I fear it will anger the king. So, Father, I am sorry, but I am afraid I must trouble you again this time. This. Iapetus looked at Prometheus and let out a sigh. He knew that Prometheus was right. This batch of golden humans was simply too exceptional. They could easily level a forest with a single punch and effortlessly shatter mountains and rivers with a single kick. And this was only because the earth was created by Gaia using her immense divine power. If they were in the cosmos, these golden humans could even easily destroy planets. If left completely unattended, a major disaster could indeed occur. At this moment, Iapetus even began to think that being too exceptional might not be a good thing. Just like that one in the underworld, hadn't he now become a major threat to their Titan clan? On the other side, in Koyos's temple. Ever since experiencing the incident in the underworld, Koyos had fallen into deep worry. Although the upcoming banquet was highly likely to stabilize Hades, a man without long-term worries will surely have immediate troubles. Even Hades, who was not a Titan god but still a god destined to face the tribulation, had caused such a massive unexpected turn of events by occupying a region and declaring himself king. Would the true god of the tribulation be just as outrageous in the future? Although Koyos had told Hades they would be on guard, who could know whether tomorrow or an unexpected disaster would come first? Therefore, Koyos had already decided to prepare for the battle of the gods that might occur in the future. Koyos probably would never have dreamed that the preparations he made, far from becoming the trump card for the Titan clan's victory, would instead become the key to their defeat. Time was perhaps the cheapest thing to the gods. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, in the Titan temple on Mount Othris, countless nymphs and fairies were preparing the layout for the banquet, with all kinds of fresh fruits and delicacies filling the offering tables. Because this banquet was to invite the gods of the underworld led by Hades, the gods of the Titan clan had arrived early this time. And more than 2,000 of Oceanus's daughters had also gathered together. It had to be said that they were indeed very beautiful. Hades did not yet know that the Titan clan was planning a marriage alliance, but at this moment, the male gods of the Titan clan were already lost in their beauty. Even Cronus, as the god king, was currently staring intently at one of the Oceanids. Oceanus, she is my king, she is my daughter. I certainly know she is your daughter, I am asking for her name. Cronus looked at Oceanus with some impatience. Because Oceanus had many daughters, for the preparation of this banquet, Rhea and the other Titan goddesses had only called upon a few nymphs and fairies to handle it, while a large portion of the matters was taken care of by the daughters of Oceanus and Tethys. After all, there were so many people, and since they were already there, it saved the trouble of wasting manpower. This banquet was, after all, meant to host the gods of the underworld led by Hades, so ordinary deities naturally could not attend. As for the Titan gods on their side, it certainly had to be the 12 Titans, other Titan gods could only serve as their attendants. My king, her name is Philyra. Philyra, is it? Not bad, not bad. Cronus felt a burning heat in his heart, which left Rhea, who was standing to the side, full of helplessness. Although she was Cronus's wife, she could not control her husband. Regarding this, Oceanus also gave a bitter smile. He had known that gathering all his unmarried daughters would surely lead to trouble. Although only one goddess would be united in marriage with Hades, how many of his daughters would be able to return after the banquet ended was truly an unknown. Koyos, to think he caused me such big trouble. If my daughters don't have it easy, then don't think your daughter will either. A surge of resentment rose in Oceanus's heart. His eyes involuntarily glanced toward the beautiful goddess beside Phoebe, that was the daughter of Koyos and Phoebe, Leto. At this moment, a hint of calculation flashed through Oceanus's mind. My king, Hades and his party have arrived. Hyperion suddenly spoke up, and Cronus nodded, temporarily putting aside his thoughts about Philyra. Just as Hades knew everything in the underworld like the back of his hand, Cronus, who held dominion over the earth, the oceans, and the sky, was naturally not much different. Under Cronus's powerful divine might, avoiding his perception was not an easy task. As for Hades, it was only by borrowing the convenience of the helm of invisibility that he could move about the earth without anyone knowing, plotting for the future. Moreover, the future actions of the twin gods, Philotes, and other underworld gods against humanity would also not be possible without Hades' help. Soon, Hades and the twin gods arrived at the Titan temple. Seeing that Hades had actually brought only the twin gods, a strange glint flashed in the eyes of all the Titan gods. Compared to the tens of thousands in the Titan clan, the fact that the underworld gods led by Hades had so few people was truly pitiful to behold. Cronus, who led them, had a complex expression on his face. Hades's divine power was restrained, making it impossible for one to discern his true strength. But Cronus could tell that Hades was strong, very strong. Compared to when he escaped from the temple some time ago, it was completely incomparable. The other 11 Titan gods felt much the same. The king's son had finally grown to a height nearly equal to the king himself. Was this something to celebrate, or something to feel sorrowful about? On the other hand, the daughters of Oceanus and the Oceanids were all observing Hades at this moment. They knew that today, one of them would likely be united in marriage with this king of the underworld. And it had to be said that Hades was indeed quite handsome. By now, quite a few goddesses had eyes shining with desire, wishing they could just get intimate with him right there and then. Children in this Saint Seiya, reborn Hades plane generally appeared precocious. Don't look at Hades as just a beautiful youth of 12 or 13 years old, one could already see the outline of his adult self. When Seiya was 13, didn't he become a saint and come out to save the world? It was naturally much the same for Hades. However, perhaps because he had transmigrated from a human into a god, the combination of human and divine temperaments gave off a unique, intellectual beauty. Moreover, Hades had also inherited the characteristics of the Hades from the original work. His eyes were clear yet seemed to carry a trace of sadness, manifesting a unique charm. Even Cronus was momentarily captivated by Hades's temperament. You have come. Where are the others? The children of Nyx shouldn't just be the two of them, right? Cronus looked at the twin gods. In that instant, even with Hades as their backing, a flicker of terror arose in their hearts. The underworld is newly established, and there are many things to do. Someone always has to be left behind to do the work. Besides, isn't it enough that I have come? Hades said, his gaze also glancing toward the other Titan gods besides Cronus. It was just that he felt the atmosphere was a bit off. Male gods were one thing, but this large crowd of goddesses, why was everyone looking at him with such strange expressions? How about it, do you want to return to the embrace of the Titan gods? No matter what, you are the child of Rhea and me, and you also belong to the Titan gods. As long as you are willing to submit, it is fine for you to continue ruling the underworld. If you lack manpower, you can freely mobilize the others on the Titan gods' side, except for the 11 gods. If this is all you wanted to say, then I am leaving. Some things, once lost, can never come back. Very well. Cronus felt some regret. That's right, he was indeed feeling regretful now. If Hades could join the Titan clan, he himself would not mind turning the page on previous matters. And once such a powerful main god as Hades joined, the combat power of his Titan clan would undoubtedly gain an unprecedented boost. By then, Cronus could truly say he would have nothing to worry about regarding the domination of the entire universe. It is a pity, though, things were ultimately not as beautiful as imagined. Sit. Hades nodded, and soon he was seated in the main seat. With him and the twin gods seated, the banquet immediately began. Although many god positions in the current era had not been filled, such as the god of music, god of dance, etc., they could currently be said to be vacant. However, there were still some simple song and dance celebrations during the banquet. During the event, Hades and Cronus, the lords of these two factions, also discussed the matter of reconciliation. Of course, as far as the situation went, it was actually about the same as what Koios had said when he was in the underworld. Hades wanted to strive for more power outside the underworld, but Cronus naturally could not agree. He held dominion over the earth, the oceans, and the sky. His authority was far above Hades's, so how could he let Hades take advantage? Of course, for Hades, the autonomy of the underworld was the bottom line, and he had already achieved this point. Therefore, he was actually already in an invincible position in this negotiation. Whatever remained that could be obtained would be considered a gain, so Hades naturally did not mind striving for a bit more. Hades, I will say nothing of the underworld you rule and the netherworld you created. In the future, once the lives of the earth, sea, sky, and even the entire universe perish, I will allow their departed souls to enter the netherworld. But likewise, their reincarnation must return to the earth, sea, and sky. Do not play dumb with me. As the former controller of the underworld's authority, I know very well the true function of the underworld. It is just that, as the God King who ends all life, I did not think the lives I destroyed needed to reincarnate, which is why I have ignored the underworld all this time. And this is the sole privilege I, as the God King, can grant you. If you are still not satisfied, then there is no need for us to continue talking. The reconciliation can end right here. Cronus spoke, this was already his bottom line. Of course, even if he allowed Hades, underworld to have the authority to receive departed souls, it was not really a loss for Cronus. After all, once the departed souls reincarnated, wherever they came from, they would ultimately have to return there. The netherworld, after all, was not the place where life reincarnated. Very well. However, from this day forth, the netherworld shall completely become a forbidden land for the living. Even the Titan gods led by you cannot set foot in it at will. Without my permission, if any other god is found sneaking in, do not blame me for being ruthless. Hades said. Cronus thought about it and, without much hesitation, nodded in agreement. No matter what, the netherworld was Hades' domain. Unless Cronus came in person, any other Titan gods going there would be no different from delivering themselves to their deaths. Your request is reasonable, but rights and obligations are mutual. The Titan gods will not step into the netherworld, but likewise, the underworld gods cannot leave the netherworld at will to set foot on the earth, sky, and sea. As soon as Cronus said this, Hades could not help but frown slightly. He knew that once he agreed to this treaty, the underworld gods would essentially be grounded in the netherworld by Cronus. Although this negotiation was merely verbal and lacked any formal contract signing procedure, as chief gods, their words already carried the weight of law. Under such circumstances, even mere words would be recorded by the universe, turning into karma and binding them mutually. Just like the primordial divine word of the primordial God, the spoken words would become prophecies that were bound to happen in the future. However, at this moment, Hades had no way to refute Cronus. For no other reason than that Cronus's request was also perfectly reasonable, with nothing amiss. If Hades did not agree, it would likely leave others with the impression that he harbored ill intentions. Very well, I agree. Hades nodded directly in agreement, causing Thanatos' expression beside him to change. One had to know that even before they attended the banquet, Hades, as the underworld king, had already given them the task of returning the Hades army to their positions. Therefore, once this treaty took effect, all the underworld gods, including the twin gods, would not be able to set foot on the earth or interfere in human affairs. On the other side, Hypnos was lost in thought. He was a clever person, and he believed that his lord was not foolish. There was no way he would agree to such a self-binding treaty. Therefore, there must be some workaround. After all, where there is a policy from above, there is a countermeasure from below. Of course, neither Thanatos nor Hypnos would butt in at this moment. With the lords of both sides negotiating, if they, as vassals, spoke out of turn, it would only bring shame upon their own lord. Even Thanatos, whose mind was not particularly sharp, had this level of self-awareness. Very well, Hades, I indeed did not misjudge you. Although you were born less than a year ago, your courage and breadth of mind indeed make you worthy of being the king of a realm. Cronus said with a smile, and the other Titan gods could not help but smile as well. Just as Hades and his side had their bottom lines in this negotiation, the Titan clan led by Cronus naturally had theirs as well. Preventing the netherworld led by Hades from gaining too many rights, and confining Hades and the other underworld gods to the netherworld, was the goal of their Titan gods. In their view, as long as they controlled Hades and his underworld gods within the netherworld, they could stabilize Hades to the greatest extent. They would just wait until the Titan gods resolved the god of tribulation in the future, and then find a way to deal with Hades and his followers. Unfortunately, what Cronus and the others did not know was that Hades harbored the exact same thoughts. Although the so-called treaty possessed binding power, finding loopholes was extremely easy. Why were contracts in later generations made so complicated for what were clearly simple matters? On one hand, it was because contracts themselves had many loopholes, making it very easy to exploit them. As the saying goes, details determine success or failure. If every rule and regulation from all aspects was not covered, the contract's binding power would be practically non-existent. On the other hand, it was to take advantage of Party A's inability to understand, or because there were too many clauses and Party A wouldn't read them. Once Party A signed, they could easily manipulate them at will. Therefore, At this moment, whether it was Hades or Cronus, the way they looked at each other was like looking at a fool. As for who was the real fool, that would depend on whose methods were more clever. Well then, since the matter has been settled, if there is nothing else, we will head back. Hades said. Cronus, however, appeared extremely hospitable at this moment and said, "Do not be in such a hurry, Hades. It is rare for you to attend this banquet today, wouldn't it be a pity to leave just like that? It so happens that Oceanus's unmarried daughters are all here today. Your netherworld doesn't have many decent goddesses anyway. Tell you what, I will make the call. Whichever one you fancy, take your pick, and she shall be your wife today." As soon as Cronus said these words, he regretted it. For no other reason than that the girl he fancied, Philyra, was also among the candidates. If she were chosen by Hades, the girl he fancied would become Hades's wife. However, as the god king, spoken words were like spilled water, there was no taking them back. But at this moment, Cronus was also praying in his heart, hoping that Hades would not take away the girl he had his eyes on. Upon hearing Cronus's words, the Oceanids stepped forward one after another, turning their gaze toward Hades. Among them, the vast majority of the goddesses were filled with enthusiasm. Hades was exceptionally handsome, the king of a realm, and a chief god comparable to the god king Cronus. Marrying him was by no means a bad deal. Moreover, most of them were nymphs of clouds and water, with sparse divinity and divine power, merely third-rate gods. To be able to marry Hades could be described as a meteoric rise. Naturally, they would not miss out on such a good opportunity. Of course, there were also some Oceanids who did not care for Hades's power and status. Therefore, their eyes darted around at this moment, hoping to avoid This's election of a consort. Holy crap, what a stroke of luck. Hades' eyes lit up. Although he was not perfectly familiar with the ins and outs of Greek mythology, he knew that among the Oceanids of Oceanus and Tethys, there were many remarkable goddesses. Styx, the goddess of oaths, goddess of the river Styx, a staunch ally of Olympus, and the eldest sister among the Oceanids. Wife of the second-generation Titan, Pallas, and mother of the goddess of victory, Nike. Eurynome, goddess of water meadows and pastures, one of Zeus' future wives, who gave birth to the three Graces with Zeus. Philyra, goddess of perfume and writing, lover of Cronus, mentor of heroes, the centaur Chiron was born to her and Cronus. These were just the unmarried Oceanids. If one counted the married ones, there would be even more. King, since it is for Hades to choose a wife, why not expand the scope? For example, Koios' daughter, Leto, is quite good, and she is single right now. Oceanus spoke up suddenly, which caused Koios and his wife Phoebe to widen their eyes. Oceanus, Koios, for the friendship between both sides, for the future of the Titan clan, isn't it a good thing to marry your daughter Leto to Hades? This guy is definitely taking revenge on me. Provoked by Oceanus like this, Koios was so angry he couldn't speak. Of course, even if he was angry, he couldn't say it in this setting. This banquet held great significance, relating to the future of the two great powers. And if he acted out now, Koios would be smearing the reputation of their Titan clan's king, Cronus. For public and private reasons, Koios had to endure it. But right now, the look in Koios' eyes when he stared at Oceanus was already spitting fire. He wanted nothing more than to slap him twice. Although both involved marrying off daughters, the significance was completely different. He, Koios, only had 2 daughters, while Oceanus had 3,000. They would have to be married off sooner or later, and although it was a marriage alliance, Hades' status and position were not low at all. In Koios' eyes, having Oceanids marry Hades was a guaranteed win. As for Leto, in Greek mythology, she was also one of Zeus' wives, and Apollo and Artemis were born to her and Zeus. Hyperion, on the side, had an unnatural expression. The look in his eyes when he watched Oceanus also held some dissatisfaction. Not for anything else, but he also had an unmarried daughter. Except for his son Helios, and Eos, the goddess of dawn who married the star god among the Titan gods, Astraeus, his other daughter, the moon goddess, Selene, was also currently single. Although it was true that Hades was outstanding, Hyperion, who had a grudge against him, disliked this Hades from the bottom of his heart, and naturally did not want his daughter Selene to marry him. Therefore, regarding Oceanus' suggestion, Hyperion was also feeling quite annoyed. Just hand over your own daughter and be done with it. You are right, let's do it that way. Although somewhat surprised by Oceanus' suggestion, Cronus didn't think there was any problem with it. As for Hades, that went without saying. Although he could still only choose one to take back as a wife, having a wider range of choices allowed for better maneuvering, right? Regarding this, the twin gods beside Hades had some hidden thoughts. In fact, both of them were opposed to such political marriages. Both had the idea that they hoped Hades could emulate Cronus and marry a sister. Of course, the sister here did not refer to Hestia, who was still sealed, but rather the female underworld deities of their underworld. No matter what, Hades had experienced Nyx's second gestation and was considered Nyx's child, so he was naturally a brother to them, the underworld deities. Although there weren't many outstanding female underworld deities currently, the only relatively brilliant one was Charis, a second-tier god. But precisely because of this, the twin gods hoped even more that Hades could expand his bloodline in the underworld and increase the population of the underworld deities. After all, charity begins at home. Nowadays, they, the underworld deities, had so few people. Compared to the Titan clan, whose population was like 1,000 troops and 10,000 horses, they were really too thin. And as Hades' top generals, the twin gods expressed that they were under a lot of pressure. In their view, even if the offspring produced by Hades and their sisters weren't great, they wouldn't be too bad either. If they could get a few more second-tier gods, the twin gods would feel it was enough. Of course, if Hades could have a child at the level of a main god, that would be even better. By then, they, the underworld deities, would be able to suppress the Titan gods in return. Of course, matters of marriage were personal affairs. Even though Hades valued these two right-hand men highly, they couldn't directly intervene. Everything still depended on Hades' own choice. However, the twin gods already had an idea in mind. After returning, they must mention it to their sisters. Even if it meant seducing him, they had to draw Hades' fire over. Yeah, that's right, fire at me. Then, Hades, what do you think? Since you have said so, then I will not be polite. Hades looked at the crowd of beautiful goddesses, his mind steadying. Beautiful goddesses, may I know your names? Although this is to choose a wife, the first step to getting to know each other is at least knowing your names. Hades said very politely, not like the male gods in Greek mythology who would savagely snatch beautiful goddesses. Seeing him so courteous, the goddesses smiled even more and then reported their names one after another. I am Pitho. I am Tyche. I am Telesto. I am Métis. One by one, the goddesses spoke. When Métis said her name, Hades' eyes lit up, and he directly took her hand. Goddess Metis, I have decided, it is you. As soon as Hades said this, all the goddesses couldn't help but let out a gasp. Jealousy, envy, blessings, all sorts of emotions were present. Métis, however, turned pale. Not for anything else, but she was one of the few Oceanids who did not want to marry Hades. However, this was the decision of the Titan king Cronus, and Métis was also a Titan god. She had no power to resist this marriage. Even Oceanus and Tethys, who doted on their daughters, would not help her. King Cronus' decision was an imperial decree. Whoever dared to disobey would surely suffer eternal fools. Then, in my capacity as the Titan king, I declare that from this day forward, Métis shall be the wife of Hades. Let us offer our blessings to Hades and Métis. As soon as Cronus spoke these words, regardless of their personal thoughts, at least in this moment, all the gods present silently prayed for Hades and Métis. Cronus also felt a sense of relief in his heart. At least, the woman he had his eye on, the beautiful Philyra, had not been chosen by Hades. Cronus decided in his heart that as soon as this banquet was completely over, he would immediately take Philyra for himself to prevent any future complications. Equally relieved were Koios and Hyperion. Finally, their precious daughters would not be taken away by Hades. If they had truly lost their daughters because of this, they wouldn't have minded having a serious talk with Oceanus after the banquet was over. He had so many daughters, taking away 100 of them shouldn't count for much. Métis felt helpless in her heart. She was the goddess of wisdom, presiding over prophecy, change, strategy, and thought. Among Oceanus's Oceanids, she was one of the rare second-class gods. Moreover, Métis had long ago prophesied for herself. She knew that if nothing unexpected happened, she should marry the god of tribulation for Cronus, the future third-generation god king, rather than Hades, king of the underworld. Therefore, although Métis was outstanding and very wise, even surpassing the enlightened one among the 12 titans, Koios the god of thunder, she had always kept a low profile and remained unremarkable among her many Oceanid sisters. Of course, regarding Hades, Métis didn't actually dislike or reject him. She even felt he was refined, elegant, and had a great aura. It was just that she didn't want to marry into the underworld. But now, everything was set in stone. Métis was destined to be labeled as Hades' wife. The only thing that puzzled Métis was perhaps why the prophecy had been broken. Great king of the underworld, could you tell Métis why you chose me to be your wife? In terms of beauty, my sisters should not be lacking either. Métis spoke up to inquire. Her question also drew the attention of the gods, who all turned to look at Hades. Can I tell you that you're Athena's mother and that you'll be giving me some, heart-to-heart, advice in the future? Hades complained inwardly, but his face was full of smiles. Of course, he actually had a very good impression of Métis. For one thing, this woman was truly capable. In Greek mythology, she was Zeus's first wife. As the goddess of wisdom, Métis could be said to have played the greatest role in allowing Zeus to defeat Cronus and overthrow the rule of the Titan clan. Because it was precisely with her help that Zeus was able to liberate his brothers and sisters swallowed by Cronus and form the Olympus pantheon to battle the Titan clan for supremacy. As for other achievements, although Greek mythology did not depict them, they were likely not bad either. A smart woman who can help her husband develop his career is undoubtedly a top-tier wise assistant. Hades naturally wouldn't reject her. Furthermore, Métis was indeed very beautiful. Even if one doesn't believe in old Ha's taste, one has to believe in Zeus's taste. How could a wife who caught Zeus's eye possibly be lacking? Métis, it is true that your sisters also possess dazzling honor. However, the compatibility of souls is different. Compatibility of souls. Métis was slightly stunned. Such a saying was something that even she, the goddess of wisdom, the twin gods, and the other Titan gods had never heard of. But this concept felt strangely sophisticated, making them feel very comfortable upon hearing it. Hades smiled slightly and said, "Beautiful faces are common, but interesting souls are 1 in 10,000. Métis, I believe in my intuition. You are the goddess who can occupy the depths of my soul. I think the meaning of why I have lived until now was perhaps to meet you at this moment." What beautiful poetry! Mnemosyne, one of the 12 titans and the goddess presiding over memory, writing, and poetry, praised from the bottom of her heart. She felt that Hades's description in this affectionate confession could become the famous quotes and proverbs of the entire universe for the next few centuries. It was lucky that things like schools couldn't appear in the mythological era, otherwise, all the young members of the Titan clan would probably give Hades the middle finger for making them memorize the whole text. At this, Métis' face also turned red. Originally, she didn't reject Hades much and even liked him a little bit. Now, with this confession in public, even knowing it was just a marriage alliance, Métis couldn't help but feel a sense of happiness in her heart. Hades also felt Métis' emotions and immediately smiled, wanting to take her into his arms. Unfortunately, Hades seemed to have forgotten his own height. Although children in the Saint Seiya world are generally precocious, Hades was currently only a 12 or 13-year-old male god. Compared to Métis, a mature second-generation Titan god, he was still quite short. However, being short also had its advantages. Since he couldn't wrap his arms around Métis, Hades just lunged into her embrace. Soft and fragrant, truly a goddess Zeus had his eye on. Zeus, brother Ha, I beg you to be a human. To this, Métis did not refuse either. On one hand, she couldn't refuse. On the other hand, she could also feel Hades's warmth and love. Since it was already destined that she would be Hades's wife, and she quite liked this king of the underworld, why not open her heart and soul and fully accept it? At this moment, Métis also tightly hugged Hades with both arms, her face full of smiles. Soon, surrounded by the gods, the two sat back in Hades's original position. Seeing this, Thanatos and Hypnos didn't say much either. They immediately bowed to Métis and then moved aside to make room on both sides, letting Métis sit next to Hades. They knew that this goddess, who had received their lord's affectionate confession, would be the mistress of the underworld, the queen of the underworld. The two also realized that Métis was not simple. As one of the rare second-class gods among the Oceanids, Métis joining was a good boost for the underworld. If Hades knew their thoughts, he would probably shake his head and laugh. Métis was more than just, not bad. Hades believed that as long as he managed his relationship with Métis well, this beautiful goddess of wisdom would become his strongest trump card in the future. The Titan clan's banquet continued. Although they weren't hosting Hades and the twin gods out of sincerity. After the interlude of Hades choosing Métis as his wife, the entire banquet became a bit more festive. Even the 12 Titans, who had always been hostile toward Hades, smiled much more. When the banquet ended, Hades took his leave from Cronus and returned to the underworld with Métis and the twin gods. This was the Titan clan's territory after all. Although he could see that Rhea, standing beside Cronus, had much she wanted to say to him. The current Hades and she were ultimately like strangers. Unless necessary, Hades didn't want to add unnecessary emotions and troubles to himself. Deep within the vast, empty Olympus, lies the unknown lake of time and space. Although it is called a lake, what makes up this lake of time and space is not water, but countless great cosmic nebulae. Here is a world that transcends time and space, where the past, present, and future are intertwined and mixed. Every nebula possesses the power to transport to other cosmic worlds. Some nebulae can transport to the past or future, while others can transport to completely different space-times. This is also the only place in the Earth realm where one can see Kronos, meaning that, barring any accidents, this is the only place where Kronos might descend. However, apart from the super god Kronos, the overlord of infinite space-time who transcends all time and space, another mysterious force is currently manifesting here. If Hades were here, he certainly would not find it strange. Because that is none other than the goddess of night who gave birth to him a second time, Nyx. Or rather, it is another manifestation of Nyx, the wife of Kronos, the super god who holds absolute authority over inevitable destiny and Ankh. Kronos. Nyx, look at the good deed you have done. The wife I carefully prepared for Zeus has just been snatched away by Hades like this. Nyx. Did I make Cronus and Hades form a marriage alliance? Kronos. No. Nyx. Did I make Hades choose Métis as his wife? Kronos. This, also no. Nyx. Did I tell Hades the direction of fate and make him intervene in it? Kronos. Still no. Nyx. This is not it, that is not it, so what are you still talking about? Hades reached this step by his own ability, is there any problem with that? If you think there is a problem with him breaking the shackles of fate, that is fine, but when the time comes, do not help Zeus either. This. Kronos was speechless, because according to the progression of fate, Zeus would also be cursed by Cronus after overthrowing Cronus's rule. If Kronos did not intervene, then Zeus would basically be guaranteed to be overthrown and killed by the fourth-generation god king. And such a thing, Kronos naturally would not allow to happen. Do not be fooled by the fact that Zeus was born from the womb of Cronus and Rhea, he is actually the divine son of Kronos. If human inheritance is identified by bloodline and will, then the inheritance of gods is based on laws. Although Kronos is the god of time, he is also the god of the celestial universe, which is to say, the most powerful god of the sky. Although strictly speaking, the laws of all gods in the universe originate from Kronos, only Zeus is the closest to him in affinity. It is precisely because of this that Zeus receives such favoritism from Kronos. Kronos' words, naturally, could not allow Zeus, his most beloved divine son, to die in a calamity. Fine, let us not talk about Métis. But Nyx, the fact that Zeus becomes the third-generation god king is an inevitable destiny we both formulated, this point absolutely cannot have any errors. Hades can break the shackles of fate, but he absolutely cannot defy inevitable destiny, this is the bottom line. Shameless. Nyx's words were full of contempt, but to this, Kronos did not take it to heart at all. He was originally a formless god of time and space, he did not even have a body, so what need did he have for face? Underworld. With the end of the Titan clan banquet, Hades brought Métis and the twin gods back to his home base. As for the underworld, although Métis had long expected it not to be a good place, after truly seeing it, she still could not help but sigh. In such a dim hellish world, even with the joy of a new marriage, Métis could not be happy. Although the underworld now had the illumination of the specter stars, it brought only a little light. But compared to the bright sunshine of the Earth realm, it was ultimately much worse. Métis, you do not seem very happy. No, it is not that, it is just. Métis did not quite know how to speak. After all, she could not just complain about the poor home environment of her newlywed husband in front of the twin gods. As Hades' wife, she had to consider her husband's face. Métis, I know what you are thinking. Rest assured, the underworld is just the divine domain where I, as the king of the underworld, rule the underworld and operate the cycle of life. Our new marital home is not here. However, to reach the Elysium, the underworld is the only way. Hades said with a smile, and Métis was also stunned. In the next second, just as Métis was stunned, Hades directly teleported her into the divine domain of Elysium. This is the utopia I created, Elysium. The paradise is divided into two parts. One is the human domain that only those chosen by the gods can enter, and the other is the divine domain where we are now. Métis, how is it, can this satisfy you? So satisfied, Hades, this place is truly too beautiful. Métis said sincerely, and she opened her arms to feel the sunshine and fresh air of the paradise. The green grass and gorgeous flowers seemed to be exhaling fragrance, making Métis completely intoxicated. Although Hades did not like sunlight, this was, after all, the Elysium he created himself, so Hades did not reject the sunlight here. Métis, come, I will take you to our temple. Hades reached out his hand, his eyes full of passion and excitement. Métis looked at him, her face slightly flushed. She naturally knew what they were going to do next. However, at this moment, Métis did not refuse, and directly took Hades' hand, entering the temple behind them together. The union of the god and the goddess thus composed a movement of love. Today, Hades will know the depth of Métis, and Métis will also know the length of Hades. Meanwhile, in the underworld, the twin gods were conveying what happened at the banquet to the brothers and sisters of the underworld gods. They also knew that Hades and Métis must be doing some unspeakable good things right now. The two were not stupid, so naturally, they would not foolishly run to Elysium to disturb them. The group of underworld gods were somewhat incredulous. They did not expect that just by attending a banquet, Hades would bring back a queen of the underworld. However, since it was Hades' choice, they could not say much. It was just that female underworld gods like Charis and Philotes were somewhat unwilling in their hearts. They had actually already set their sights on this piece of fresh meat, Hades. Unfortunately, the intention was one-sided, and it could not compare to Hades' love at first sight. There was no hope for the queen of the underworld position, so in the future, at most, they could only be Hades' lovers. However, regarding being lovers, they did not reject it. Who does not know that the male gods of Greek mythology are basically all scumbags? Just as the various underworld gods were letting their imaginations run wild, in Elysium, Hades and Métis, having just finished several hours of intense battle, were now happily cuddling together, enjoying the blissful moments of a newlywed couple. Métis, in particular, knew that Hades had been born less than a year ago. Although she was not quite sure how Hades had grown into the appearance of a 12 or 13-year-old youth overnight, even so, she could not help but worry that Hades might not be able to satisfy her needs. Now it seemed that it had all just been her worrying for nothing. Hades' combat ability was outstanding, and she was very satisfied. Their happy life as a married couple was absolutely guaranteed. As for Hades, he was currently wondering whether Athena would be born to him and Métis. If he could manage to have Athena born, then Hades would definitely raise her into the shape he wanted, and then have Athena go and speak some heartfelt words to the gods that Hades was unhappy with. After all, Hades was not willing to enjoy such good treatment all by himself. Hades, do you trust me? Métis gently stroked Hades' face and asked. Her eyes stared straight at him, as if she wanted to see right through everything about Hades. Hades knew that this was a test from Métis. Although the two of them were now a married couple, no matter what, they had only known each other for a single day. Hades was currently in the camp of the underworld gods, and even though Métis had now married Hades, she was still a Titan god. Now that Métis had arrived in this completely unfamiliar environment, although she liked Hades and also liked this utopia of Elysium, she was, after all, the goddess of wisdom. To say that Métis completely trusted Hades would be impossible. In her heart, a sense of security was, after all, still lacking just a little bit. Métis, please believe me, I am definitely treating you with sincerity. Hades grabbed Métis' hand and then handed over half of the authority of the underworld to her. He knew that whether he could get Métis to assist him with all her heart depended on whether he was sincere enough and whether he could move Métis. Hades, thank you. I am so happy to be able to marry such a sincere husband as you. Métis' face was full of happiness, and she then opened her arms, pulling Hades tightly into her embrace. It was a pity that her divinity was not strong. Even having obtained the authority of the underworld, she was ultimately only a secondary god. But only by obtaining the authority of the underworld could Métis truly be considered the queen of the underworld in the real sense. One must know that the authority of a god is quite different from simple power. The authority of a god refers to possessing absolute control within a certain domain. Take Hades for example, he possesses the authority of the underworld, so in terms of the laws of the underworld, his controlling power is far stronger than other underworld gods. When it comes to the laws of death, Thanatos, who governs death, can easily take away others' lives with a single thought. But if Hades does not want someone to die, even if Thanatos exerts his power to the limit, it is useless. To put it another way, consider summoning wind and rain. Other gods can do this too, but in this domain, Poseidon, who possesses the authority of the Sea King, is far stronger than the other gods. If Poseidon wants the whole world to have heavy rain, then the other gods cannot interfere or stop it, because he is the absolute master in this domain. The same goes for Zeus's authority over thunder. It is not that other gods cannot use the power of thunder. But in the domain of thunder, Zeus is the absolute king. Of course, currently, the authority of thunder is still in the hands of Koios, one of the 12 titans. As for Zeus, he is currently still inside Cronus's belly. It is evident how important authority is for a god. It is the foundation for judging whether a god is a great god. As for Métis, she actually never intended to ask Hades for authority. Just as human nature cannot withstand testing, Métis, as the goddess of wisdom, also knew that the nature of gods cannot be tested casually either, as that easily leads to big problems. Her initial thought was just to have Hades reveal some secrets, to test Hades' sincerity. As for authority, it was simply too precious. Métis dared not think about it, let alone ask Hades for it casually. Just like Cronus, as the Titan King, after he controlled the authority of the entire universe, he did not share even a shred of his power with Rhea. It could be said that Rhea, as the queen of the gods, was only so in name. But now, Hades gave it, directly letting Métis share half of his power in the underworld. Such sincerity completely exceeded Métis' expectations. It could be said that at this moment, Métis truly and completely accepted Hades from the bottom of her heart, treating Hades completely as her husband. Métis, please take care of me from now on. Hades' voice rang out from Métis' embrace, and Métis also smiled and kissed Hades' forehead, then returned all the authority of the underworld to Hades. This action of hers also left Hades somewhat stunned. Métis, what are you doing? Hades, you are the king of the underworld. As your wife, how could I weaken your authority? Métis. Hades was also stunned, then his face was filled with happiness. He knew that he had truly chosen the right goddess. Hades, do you know, actually, I am the goddess of prophecy, thought, and wisdom. A long time ago, I made a prophecy about myself. If nothing unexpected happened, my husband should actually have been the third generation king of the gods who would overthrow the rule of the Titan clan in the future. But now, an accident has occurred. Hades listened to Métis' account and teased with a smile. In response, Métis also laughed and said, yes, an accident has occurred. But I am very happy that this accident is you. Moreover, I have also prophesied that even if I were to marry that third generation king of the gods, my future would not seem to be very good. Is that so? A strange glint flashed in Hades' eyes. How could he not know Métis' ending? Just like how Nyx used Erebus as a sacrifice to fulfill Hades. In a sense, Métis was also a sacrifice used to fulfill Zeus, the king of the gods. Although the mythological era Hades was currently in was the Saint Seiya plane, the fate of the gods would more or less differ from traditional Greek mythology, but it probably wouldn't be too different. But now, since Métis had become Hades' wife, Hades naturally would not let anything happen to her. As the king of the underworld and Métis' husband, he naturally had that much responsibility. Moreover, Hades was confident that he would absolutely not be inferior to Zeus. Hey, Hades, do you want to be the god king who rules the entire universe? Métis asked, as if Hades only needed to say, and she could easily deal with the 12 titans. Even though this included her father, Oceanus, and her mother, Tethys, Métis was willing to be filial for Hades' sake. At this, Hades couldn't help but look at Métis. He could sense that after revealing the secrets in her heart, Métis' entire state of mind seemed to become clear and incredibly relaxed. Her whole focus had also shifted entirely onto Hades. God King, huh? Although I'd quite like to give it a try, unfortunately, destiny is not with me. Don't worry, Hades, I believe in you. With my help, plus your divine power that rivals Cronus, it's absolutely no problem. Even if it's that so-called destiny, my own fate was broken by you, so you can definitely do it too. Métis, watch your words. Hades' mouth twitched. If others didn't know what this so-called destiny was, he certainly did. Of course, Métis daring to say this wasn't because she was blinded by love. Just like in the Eastern mythology of the primordial era, before the Tao ancestor Hongjun preached at the Purple Heaven Palace, all the great gods thought the great Luo Golden Immortal was the pinnacle of the Tao. But once Hongjun appeared, all the great gods were slapped in the face. Hongjun used facts to tell them what it meant to say, below the saint, all are ants. In Hades' view, whether it was Kronos or Nyx, as super gods, they could completely be equated to the saints of Eastern mythology. And they, these main gods, were at most comparable to great Luo Golden Immortals. It could be said that when facing super gods, Hades and these main gods were really no different from ants. Erebus being casually obliterated by Nyx was the best proof of this. The reason Métis said this was simply because her abilities and vision couldn't reach that level. Although her wisdom was high, it was at most enough to scheme against main gods. In front of the omnipotent super gods, including Hades, so-called deities were all just trash. Hades, don't tell me you're afraid of that unborn destiny god king. The meaning of my existence is to assist that deity in overthrowing the rule of the Titan clan. Hades, I also believe that if I assist you, you will definitely be able to reach the same height. Métis said confidently, having even thought of how to deal with the Titan clan. As long as Hades nodded, she could immediately prepare a battle plan. As for the treaty signed between Hades and Cronus, that was worth nothing. In the eyes of the goddess of wisdom, that so-called treaty was full of loopholes. Métis had at least 10 ways to exploit the loopholes in the treaty and catch the Titan clan off guard. Métis, your wisdom combined with my power can indeed accomplish many things. But sometimes, being strong and smart isn't enough to get things done. If your background isn't strong enough, it's not easy to get things done. Hades, haven't you already become the divine child of Nyx? Is this background not strong enough? Métis seemed to realize something, and now she didn't dare to spout nonsense again. She was originally the smartest deity among the gods. Now that even Hades was showing apprehension, there must be some unknown secret hidden within it. Mother's background is indeed strong enough, but I cannot make Mother difficult. You should understand what I mean by that, Métis. When Hades said this, Métis frowned slightly and then sighed. It seems I thought about things too simply. Rest assured, Métis, perhaps we cannot be the God King, but that doesn't mean we don't have our own way of survival. A flash of brilliance crossed Hades' eyes. In his view, the destiny of Greek mythology was actually not much different from the heavenly Tao trends of primordial mythology. The so-called small trends can be changed, but the major trends are irreversible. If the major trends were the inevitable fixed numbers set by Ananke, then Hades could completely start from the small trends. As long as he operated properly, he and Métis could still live very comfortably, perhaps even more happily than the God King. The next instant, Hades condensed his divine power. Under his manifestation of imagination, an ultra-thin, screen protector, that would only appear in later modern times immediately appeared in his palm. Hades, what is this? This. It's a protective treasure for isolating billions of descendants. Just like this. As Hades spoke, he put the film over his treasure and continued, tell me, if I were to give this to Cronus, what do you think would happen? Métis was stunned, then immediately laughed. Hades, you're so bad, I love it. He he he. However, if Cronus solves his worries, next, I'm afraid he will focus entirely on dealing with us. That's why this treasure must be used at the right time. Leave it to me, I will help you handle it well. Métis smiled and then took the small protective film into her hand. For them, the gods, creating such a little gadget was something even a third-rate god could do. On the other side, after the banquet ended and the gods dispersed, Cronus immediately headed straight for Philyra. Philyra seemed to sense something amiss. When Cronus chased after her, she turned into a streak of light and disappeared from Mount Othrys. King Oceanus, Tethys, your daughter has some guts to dare to avoid my pursuit. When Cronus said this, Oceanus and Tethys couldn't help but lower their heads, their faces full of complexity, not knowing how to respond. At this, Cronus snorted coldly and said, "Fine, I won't blame you for this matter. However, as for Philyra, you two stay out of it. It just so happens that the more she resists, the more excited I get." Yes. Oceanus and Tethys sighed. Although the couple also felt that this brother, who was the god king, was very absurd. But there was no help for it, who let this be Greek mythology. Things that normal people couldn't do were, here, excellent traditions. Furthermore, this excellent tradition would be carried forward in the future. As for what Cronus did today, that was just an appetizer. The next second, Cronus turned into a streak of light and headed straight for Philyra. Facing him, a powerful main god, Philyra, a third-rate god, was destined not to escape his grasp. In the blink of an eye, Cronus appeared on Mount Pelion and discovered Philyra, who had turned into a little mare and was hiding in the herd of horses. Ha ha ha, my lovely Philyra, my love is not something you can just hide from if you want to. Cronus said, and regardless of the horse body Philyra had currently turned into, he grabbed her horse tail and ambushed her from behind. 1 year later, Mount Pelion. Philyra clutched her swollen abdomen, staring blankly at the herd of horses grazing at the foot of the mountain, her eyes often revealing sadness and despair. Ever since she was forced by Cronus a year ago, Philyra had become pregnant. She was in great pain and wanted to return home to seek help from her parents, but was heartlessly driven away by Oceanus and Tethys. With nowhere else to go, she eventually had to return to Mount Pelion to settle down. Because she had become entangled with Cronus, none of her siblings dared to help her. Everyone in the Titan clan knew just how cruel and heartless Cronus was toward his own children. Therefore, no one could guarantee when the king of gods would purge Philyra, who was carrying his child. If they were implicated because of Philyra, it would be a huge problem. It was precisely because of this consideration that the gods naturally wished to stay as far away from Philyra as possible. Sister Philyra. Métis. The voice from behind immediately made Philyra startle. Seeing her sister Métis, who should have been living in luxury in the underworld, appear here, Philyra could not help but tear up. Ever since she was expelled from her home by Oceanus and Tethys, she had been lonely for quite some time. Only Philyra herself knew the bitterness in her heart. Now that a sister had come to visit her, Philyra was moved from the bottom of her heart. Sister Philyra, are you alright? I'm fine, I've gotten used to it. Philyra said, though her belly was significantly larger than that of other goddesses during pregnancy, anyone could see that her child with Cronus was extraordinary. Métis, what about you? Why did you run out here? Could it be that Hades isn't treating you well? Philyra asked. Perhaps because of her own unfortunate experience, now that a sister had finally come to visit, Philyra could not help but show concern for Métis. No, Hades treats me very well. It's just that the underworld is a place where. Métis hesitated, a hint of bitterness appearing on her face. Seeing this, Philyra sighed, then embraced Métis tightly to offer comfort. Although she had never been to the underworld, she had heard of it. While it wasn't the pitch-black, massive space of the underworld itself, it was still a terrifying world. In such a place, what normal deity would ever like it? Unfortunately, Philyra could not see that the corners of Métis' mouth, whom she was holding, suddenly curled up. Mount Othrys, Titan Temple. Métis' sudden appearance on the earth immediately caught the attention of Koios, who hurriedly ran to Cronus to discuss the matter. Koios, how should we handle Métis? My king, it would be best to place Métis under surveillance. However, we cannot make a big scene. After all, we have just reconciled with the underworld god. If we take action against the Queen of the Underworld at this time, it will likely cause unnecessary trouble. Hades has not broken the treaty, and although Métis is the Queen of the Underworld, she is still of Titan clan origin. As long as she walks on the earth normally, we cannot really say anything. Then, let's leave this matter to Oceanus and Tethys. Hades is unwilling to submit to us, but we can try to win over his wife. If we can turn Métis into our inside agent, then with her whispering in Hades's ear, it will be much more convenient for us to target the underworld in the future. Yes. Koios nodded in agreement. In itself, this was another layer of purpose behind their marriage alliance between the Titan gods and the underworld god. They were enemies with Hades after all, how could they possibly be so kind as to help him pick a wife? While the gods were discussing Métis' arrival, Métis was holding Falira's hand, taking a walk on the earth. She looked like an innocent young girl, rather than a young woman who had just been newly married. No one would have thought that this innocent and romantic girl was full of schemes at this moment. They say the more beautiful a woman is, the easier she is to deceive, but unfortunately, under Métis' disguise, who would notice the terrifying nature of this goddess who married Hades? Because of Métis' arrival, Falira became much more vibrant, the loneliness and bitterness of the past were swept away, and she had gained a bit more vitality. Soon, under Métis' guidance, the two goddesses appeared at the foot of Mount Othris. Their arrival also caught the attention of a group of humans. Nowadays, the second generation of golden humans had been born. Although there were not many, there were over 20 of them. Furthermore, many women were already pregnant, and in some time, there would be an increase in the new population. And these second-generation golden humans were not born because of Philotes's power, but were the product of the human men and women reproducing on their own. If it were Philotes, the efficiency would certainly be higher than this, and not just this few people. At this moment, Prometheus, acting as the guide, looked at the two goddesses with a wry smile. Although it was their first meeting, the moment he saw Métis, deep down, this wisest male god in Greek mythology knew that she was the wisest goddess of the current era, and they belonged to the same kind. Queen of the Underworld, Lady Falira. Prometheus, it is truly an honor to be able to see the excellent race you created here. Falira said with a smile. These past few days, her mood had been very good. With Métis keeping her company and talking, she had gradually become more cheerful. Although Métis could not stay with her for too long, just these few days were enough for her to cherish. Thank you for your praise, Lady Falira. Prometheus said. In the blink of an eye, he discovered that Métis was looking at him with great interest, which gave Prometheus a massive headache. At the very least, being targeted by a clever goddess was definitely not a good thing. Prometheus, you must know about Sister Falira's situation. If possible, I hope you and the humans can accept her and let her stay here temporarily. Métis, don't do that. I don't want to cause trouble for Prometheus and the humans. Falira frowned. Although she very much hoped to stay here, she knew in her heart that her problem was not small. She also did not want Prometheus and the human race to be implicated by Cronus's wrath because of her problems. It is fine, let Lady Falira stay. Prometheus looked at Falira. Deep down, he could feel that the child in Falira's womb had some kind of connection to the race he had created. Moreover, he could feel that the divinity of the child in Falira's womb was far inferior to the children born to Rhea. How could a child of no concern be feared by Cronus? In Prometheus's view, the other Titan gods' taboo against Falira was nothing but worrying about nothing. Prometheus, thank you for accepting us. Living with you, I am sure Sister Falira will continue to blossom with smiles just like she does today. You are too kind, Queen of the Underworld. Prometheus said, though in his heart, he wished for Métis to leave quickly. Having this goddess stay here always filled his heart with unease. How about this, Prometheus? To thank you for your acceptance, I will give you a gift in return. No, 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 there is no need, Queen of the Underworld. This is what I should have done, it is nothing at all. Do not be so polite, Prometheus. Métis smiled brilliantly, then took off the pentagram necklace she was wearing around her neck and handed it to Prometheus. Queen of the Underworld, really, there is no need. It is just a small matter, why would you need to give a gift? Moreover, I observe that the child goddess Falira will have in the future will likely have a significant connection to the humans I created, which is why I helped her. That. Oh, perfect, Prometheus, I think so too. If you really do not want it, then I will give it to the humans you created. I only hope that in the future, these humans can keep Sister Philyra company more often. You have me cornered, don't you? Prometheus gnashed his teeth in hatred. How could he not see that Métis' true goal was the humans he had created? Whether he accepted this gift today or not, it would eventually land on the humans. At this, Prometheus took a deep breath and said, Queen of the underworld, please do not make things difficult for me anymore. Very well then, Métis said with a smile, then glanced around, quickly spotting a pregnant woman, and began walking slowly toward her. Queen of the underworld, I will accept it, will that do? Prometheus finally sighed and chose to yield. Although he could relay what happened here to Cronus, he did not dare to do so. Because he knew that once Cronus learned of this matter, the humans would certainly be viewed with suspicion by the King of Gods. By then, life for the humans would not be easy. As the creator and guide of humanity, at a time like this, he had to shoulder the responsibility. Seeing this, Métis did not say anything more and directly placed the necklace into Prometheus's hands. The moment he made contact, he was struck like a bolt of lightning, his soul trembling. Perhaps from the outside, this necklace did not seem special, as if it were just an ordinary object. But the moment he received it, Prometheus immediately detected the terrifying divine power contained within. Prometheus could not help but smile bitterly, shaking his head repeatedly. Queen of the underworld, you have truly set a difficult problem for me. The capable should do more work. Well then, farewell for now, Prometheus, Sister Philyra. It is rare to be out of the underworld, and I also want to go back and see my father god and mother god. Take care, Métis. Philyra nodded and said. Although she was not very clever, she was not stupid either. Although she did not know what kind of tricks Métis and Prometheus were up to, there must be some unknown scheme hidden within. After Métis left, Prometheus looked at the necklace and then walked toward the pregnant woman. Father God, the common title the golden humans use for Prometheus. The woman looked at Prometheus, her face full of respect. Prometheus nodded and then placed the necklace on the pregnant woman's abdomen. The next instant, the necklace transformed into a beam of purple light and drilled into the woman's body. Father God, this. Do not think too much, just focus on your pregnancy. This child will become the king of humans in the future and lead you all to develop. Yes. The woman nodded in agreement, while Prometheus shook his head with a bitter smile. He really was caught in the crossfire while just lying there. On the other side, after leaving Prometheus and Philyra, Métis did exactly as she said and headed to the Oceanus palace to visit her parents, Oceanus and Tethys. Unlike Philyra, who had been driven away, Oceanus and Tethys, having received word from Cronus, welcomed their married daughter back very warmly. Métis chatted with Tethys about household matters. Aside from complaining about the terrible environment of the underworld, she did not speak ill of Hades. The impression she gave was like a woman in love, whose intelligence had dropped to zero, while also carrying a hint of silly, sweet, and innocent air. Métis, although you have married Hades, no matter what, you are still a titan. Hades is actually the same. Although we do not know how he became the child of Nyx, he is ultimately the eldest son of the king and Rhea. If possible, I hope you can communicate more with Hades and let him return to the embrace of the Titan clan. You saw what happened at the banquet. The king personally promised that as long as Hades submits, the underworld will still be under his control. On this point, the king will not interfere. Tethys said, and Oceanus also had a smile on his face, as if he were saying, we are doing this for your own good. You are right, Mother God, I think so too. By the way, recently, Hades has been preparing to develop the Hades army. It is just that the only living beings capable of being warriors today are us, the Titan clan, which makes Hades very troubled. I have advised him to accept a group of the Titan clan to ease the relationship between the two sides, but he remains very silent about this, and I do not know what to do. Métis put away her smile and became very worried. Her words caused the eyes of Oceanus and Tethys to light up. The two looked at each other and then nodded. Métis, your consideration is very thorough. It is Hades' good fortune to have such a good wife as you. I think the king also knows about this matter and will certainly help share Hades' burdens. Is this really no problem? Métis appeared somewhat hesitant, and Oceanus immediately smiled and said, of course it is no problem. Hades is not the god of calamity for our Titan clan, so the king naturally will not target him. Now that we have reconciled, Hades is still the king's eldest son. I think the king will definitely be very happy to help share Hades's burdens. Is that so? Métis nodded thoughtfully, and Oceanus smiled as well. All right, do not be too troubled by this matter, we will help you. Métis, it is rare for you to return, so stay here for a few days. I will go and discuss it with the king, and then we will select a group of personnel for you to take to the underworld. I think Hades will be very happy to see them. Very well. Métis agreed, and Oceanus disappeared from the palace. Tethys continued to keep Métis company, chatting about everything under the sun. Mount Othris, Titan Temple. With the arrival of Oceanus, Cronus summoned all the male gods among the 12 Titans. As for the goddesses, they were basically there to assist their respective husbands. Those who were unmarried were not warriors either, so Cronus would not summon them for major meetings. Once everyone had gathered, Oceanus informed the gods one by one about what Métis had said. You all understand the situation. Koios, what is your take on this matter? Cronus looked at Koios. Sending talent to the underworld was no small matter, and since he could not make up his mind, he could only look to the wise man of their Titan gods. King, this is an opportunity, but it also carries immense risk. Our treaty with Hades states that the gods of both sides cannot interfere with each other's domains. However, if the gods on our side join the Hades army, it is equivalent to obtaining Hades' consent, and naturally, they would not be subject to the restrictions of the treaty. But by the same token, once our forces join Hades' legion, they must obey Hades' orders. If Hades wishes to sanction those gods, it would not be easy for us to intervene. Unless we are prepared to completely break ties with the other side. Upon hearing Koios' words, all the gods nodded in agreement. However, they also knew that if they, the Titan gods, could join the Hades army and settle down, it would be equivalent to setting up camp in Hades' base of operations. When the time came to completely tear off the mask of civility in the future, these people would surely play a huge role. How to make the choice, that was the problem they had to consider. After a moment of contemplation, Cronus said, let us set aside the matter of the Hades army for now. Koios, do you think Métis is worthy of our trust? Koios shook his head and said, the uncertainty is too great. I even suspect that her revealing this information to Oceanus and Tethys was something intentionally released by Hades. However, some of the information is indeed true. Nyx has so few children, the scarcity of underworld gods is a fact, and they simply cannot compare to us, the Titan clan, who have already branched out and grown completely strong. If Hades wants to develop and grow to confront us, he certainly cannot rely solely on Hypnos and the others. I have been to the underworld, and I can assure the king of this. Regarding this, Hyperion also said, speaking of Hades' army, when I was hunting him down last year, the specter stars suddenly appeared. I think he intends to reincarnate those specter stars into warriors. Our Titan clan possesses the power to control the stars of the universe. If we can take this opportunity to control the specter stars, then perhaps there is a chance to pull Hades' warriors into our camp. Cronus was somewhat moved by now, and he subsequently looked at Oceanus. Oceanus, you must keep Métis steady. I can tell that Hades has truly taken a liking to Métis. As long as we keep her, the queen of the underworld, steady, then the safety of the warriors we send into the underworld will have an extra layer of protection. I understand, King. Besides Métis, Oceanus, you and Tethys have the most children. Select a batch of sons from among them to follow Métis. I think that as Métis, brothers, their safety will be higher. Yes. Oceanus nodded. This was actually his thought as well. In his view, even if Métis had designs against them, the Titan gods, she should not go so far as to harm her own brothers and sisters. Therefore, he felt quite at ease sending his sons, the river gods, to the underworld. The same goes for the rest of you. To avoid Hades having any ulterior motives, we cannot just select Oceanus' sons to go in. Therefore, you must also appropriately select a batch of personnel to join the underworld. I have only one requirement for them, and that is to survive. Whether kneeling or crawling, they must live until the moment of war. Yes. Underworld, the temple of Judeca. Hades was meditating with his eyes closed on the throne. In the midst of the void, his body shuddered, and he slowly opened his eyes. Lord Hades. Do not worry, Hypnos, everything is proceeding according to plan. Hades spoke, but Hypnos still wore a hint of worry on his face. Lord Hades, I am not particularly worried about the plan, it is just. Are you trying to speak of Métis? Yes, Lord. Regardless of anything else, she is a Titan god. This plan is of great importance, and if there is any mistake, then we underworld gods will likely be wiped out. This is an operation we cannot afford to lose, so, I am sorry, Lord Hades, forgive my rudeness, but I cannot trust Métis. Hypnos said, and he knelt down. He did not even call her, Queen of the Underworld, anymore. Regarding this, Hades also fell silent. In fact, even now, he felt that Métis' plan was crazy. Of course, risks and rewards are absolutely proportional. Although this was an operation that could not be lost, once won, the harvest would be unimaginably great. At the moment, thinking of Métis' face, Hades could not help but take a deep breath, settle his mind, and say, Hypnos, I am willing to trust Métis. Do not forget what kind of sacrifices Métis has made in this. Therefore, I hope you can trust Métis just as you pledge your loyalty to me. If this is your wish, Lord, I will. Then, go and prepare quickly. Do not forget, you are also an important part of our operation. Yes. Hypnos agreed, then waved his hand, and a gate immediately appeared before him and Hades. This was the world he had just opened up, the dream world. Of course, although it was called a world, it was actually just an alternate dimension. However, even if it was just a space, it was still a divine domain created by a god. This dream world concentrated Hypnos' vast divine power, and coupled with Hades' blessing, Hypnos' power within the dream world was unprecedented. It could even reach the level of a main god in a short period. Seeing Hypnos enter, Hades looked at the 108 surplus he had created and fell into thought. Earth, the beach of the Aegean Sea. After briefly parting with Tethys, Métis strolled along the golden beach. She was barefoot, seemingly playing on the beach. A small fish suddenly swam to the beach. Métis waved her hand, and the little fish, as if it had grown wings, flew directly into her palm, blowing bubbles. Not found, continue looking. Métis muttered to herself, then tossed her hand, and the little fish fell back into the sea with a splash. What is wrong, Métis? Styx discovered Métis and walked up to comfort her. I am fine, Sister Styx. As for you, sister, you seem to possess the power of an underworld god, why don't you come with me to the underworld? Métis smiled, which made Styx fall silent. In fact, just like the underworld god Hades, Styx was also born from the womb of Tethys, borrowed by Oceanus, because of Nyx's support for the bright side of the universe. And even if Métis had not said anything, after Hades created the underworld, Styx had already sensed it herself. One of the rivers of the underworld, the river Styx, existed for her. However, changing sides was not as simple as imagined. Especially at the moment, the underworld gods and the Titan clan were not as harmonious as they appeared on the surface. Styx could be certain that once she left without saying goodbye and joined the underworld, she would most likely be regarded as a traitor by the Titan clan. At that time, once a war broke out between the two forces, she, Styx, would likely be the first to be liquidated by the Titan clan, and this was undoubtedly a path to death. Several days later, a group of second, third, and even fourth generation Titan gods gathered at Oceanus Palace. There were over 200 of them in total, including second-tier gods, third-rate gods, and even some unranked Titan gods. As the master of the palace, Oceanus personally received them and invited Métis to come and select personnel. The 12 Titans knew that there were only 108 Spectre stars in total. Even if they did not know the organization of the Hades army, they knew there would be 108 Spectres in total. Selecting more people was also meant to show Métis the attitude of the Titan clan. Métis, come over and see the manpower the king has prepared for Hades. Tethys called out to Métis, and as Métis arrived at the main hall, familiar yet strange faces appeared before her eyes. Brother Nihilus, Brother Scamander. I didn't expect you to be here too. Father, Mother, is it really okay to let my brothers go to the underworld? Métis asked. Among this group of over 200 Titan gods, there were as many as 50 of Métis' brothers, the river gods. Although they were all third-rate gods, in the current underworld, which lacked manpower, they could already be considered capable hands. Take Scamander, for instance, he was a top-tier expert among third-rate gods. If he were in the sanctuary of later generations, I fear even the Gold Saint of Gemini would not be his match. What of it, Métis? Hades is the king's eldest son, it is only natural that we send some trusted aides to help him. That's right, little sister Métis. Exactly, brothers fight tigers together, fathers and sons go into battle together. As Oceanus spoke, the sons who were river gods also chimed in one after another. However, among them, there were a few with complex expressions. Before arriving, they had already met with Cronus and were given a mission by him. If they could, they would not want to deceive their sister Métis. But there was no choice, they could not defy Cronus, the king, and had to act according to orders. All right. But I didn't expect brother Helios and brother Perses to be here too. Métis looked at Helios and Perses in the crowd with some surprise. The former was the son of Hyperion, the sun god, who was one of the current 12 titans. The latter was also the son of Creus, the god of the galaxy, who was likewise one of the 12 titans. Their arrival was truly somewhat unexpected for Métis. Especially Helios, although Hyperion was the sun god, because he possessed the divinity of a god of war, he had always served by Cronus's side, and it would not be an exaggeration to say he was at his beck and call. His authority as the sun god had been handed over to Helios, letting him fulfill the duties of the sun. It was just unexpected that, in order to serve the underworld, Hyperion had even sent his eldest son here this time. Although Hyperion's loyalty was well known among the Titan gods, sending out his own son was indeed somewhat surprising. To this, Helios merely smiled and said nothing. Perses closed his eyes, likewise choosing silence. He was the god of destruction who presided over ruin. In terms of divine power, he was not inferior to the other 11 Titan gods besides Cronus. In fact, in terms of strength, it would not be an exaggeration to say he was the cream of the crop among second-generation Titan gods. Among the currently selected Titan gods, Perses's power could be considered number one. He was truly a top-tier second-tier god. The difference between him and the other 11 Titan gods was likely just a battle cloth. There was no help for it. To facilitate his rule, Cronus did not bestow battle cloths upon the second-generation Titan gods. Cronus was well aware that among these second-generation Titan gods, there were many capable hands. If he bestowed battle cloths upon them, it would likely pose a serious threat to the status of the other 11 Titan gods. Not to mention that Cronus could not even trust his own children, let alone other descendant Titan gods. All right Métis, select your personnel, do not let the king's good intentions go to waste. Very well, father. Métis said with a smile, then walked into the crowd and pulled out Helios and Perses. They were the only two second-tier gods among this group of Titan gods, so naturally, Métis would not miss them. Afterward, Scamander, Nihilus, and a host of Métis' other brothers were also selected by her. Finally, Métis selected a batch of relatively outstanding third-rate gods from the remaining Titan gods. All in all, over 100 Titan gods had caught Métis' eye. This is enough. With this many people, it is enough to form the entirety of Hades' army. The extra few can also help manage some other affairs. As long as you are happy. So, when will you take them to the underworld, Métis? Tethys asked. Métis looked at the 100+ people she had selected and said, if we are to go, anytime is fine. However, the underworld is vast. Although we are gods, wanting to manage such a huge underworld, even for us gods, will likely be quite busy. Once everyone takes up their posts in the underworld, they cannot just run out freely. Even if there is something, they must ask Hades for permission. That is only natural, Métis. I think they have already prepared themselves psychologically to fulfill their duties in the underworld. Oceanus looked at the Titan gods, who also nodded one after another. Cronus had already informed them about this beforehand. Never mind just working in the underworld, even if Hades were chasing them with a sword, they would not leave. For them, running out of the underworld without authorization was equivalent to abandoning their mission. And abandoning their mission would be disloyal to Cronus. At that time, the punishment they would have to endure would definitely be something they could not bear. When Cronus swung his scythe to hack people, he did not care about your status or background. I understand. Then, father, mother, farewell. As soon as Meiti said this, she and the group of Titan gods instantly vanished from Oceanus' palace. The underworld, the palace of Judeca. Lord Hades. I know, Hypnos. Meiti really has selected a batch of talent for me. Thanatos. Yes. Seeing that Hades had called for him, Thanatos immediately bowed his body. Thanatos, you and the other gods stay in the palace for now. I am not confident in your acting skills. For this trip, Hypnos and I will go personally. Yes. Although he really wanted to go with Hades to welcome them, since Hades had spoken to this extent, Thanatos and the other underworld gods could not say much more. The next second, Hades and Hypnos appeared at the gate of hell in the underworld. At this moment, Meiti and the group of Titan gods had all arrived, waiting for Hades to come and receive them. Meiti, what is going on here? And, you Titan gods, what are you doing in the underworld? Could it be that Cronus intends to break the contract and wage war against me? Hades glared at Helios, Perseus, and the other Titan gods. His fury seemed to shroud the entire starry sky of the underworld in dark clouds, with thunder rolling. Upon seeing this, the Titan gods all turned pale. It is said that divine might is like a prison, especially when it comes from Hades, who controls the underworld. Under the oppressive pressure of his power as a main god, the Titan gods felt like a small boat on the ocean, as if they could fall into the abyss at any moment. The task Cronus had given them was not simple. These Titan gods knew their first hurdle was how to get Hades to allow them to station themselves in the underworld. Furthermore, they could not anger Hades. Regardless of anything else, this was Hades' base of operations. Even without mentioning the mission, facing Hades, a main god, they had to keep their tails tucked between their legs. Seeing this, Meiti was startled, and hurriedly said, Hades, what are you doing? What am I doing? I should be the one asking what you are doing. Mixing with these Titan gods, what, are you trying to conspire with the Titan gods to rebel? Rebel. What are you talking about? I saw that you had been worrying about the Hades army lately, so I helped you find some manpower. Shut up. How many times have I told you, you don't need to worry about the Hades army? You long-haired, short-sighted woman, I let you go to the Earth realm to relax, and look at what you've done. Hades wore an expression of uncontrollable rage, while Meiti looked full of grievance, with tears faintly welling up in her eyes. Beside them, Hypnos pinched the bridge of his nose, looking headachy, and then walked up to the Titan gods. Titan gods, thank you for making this trip. However, we underworld gods can naturally handle the internal affairs of the underworld, you may return now. What are you saying, Hypnos? We have come this time under the king's orders to assist Lord Hades. Regardless of anything else, we have already reconciled. The king also wants to bury the hatchet with Lord Hades. Knowing the underworld was short-handed, the king specifically sent us here. Do you not hope for Lord Hades and the king to reconcile? When have Lord Hades and Cronus ever been on good terms? Listening to Helios's words, a trace of disdain appeared in Hypnos's eyes, though his expression remained unreadable. The matters between Lord Hades and the God King are private affairs. As subjects, it is not our place to participate. The underworld has its own rules, and there is no need for you Titan gods to concern yourselves with that. Hypnos, how are you speaking? They are helpers I invited over. Meiti looked at Hypnos with dissatisfaction, which made the latter feel even more of a headache, and he sighed repeatedly. Queen of the underworld, can you please stop causing trouble for Lord Hades? Meiti, if you still consider yourself my wife, come over here, right now, immediately. Hades shouted angrily, the veins on his face bulging. Just looking at him was enough to feel the rage within. He seemed like a volcano ready to erupt at any moment, making one shudder. Lord Hades, please do not blame the Queen of the Underworld, she only did this for your sake. Moreover, we came here of our own volition. Once we join the Underworld, we will naturally follow your lead. Helios spoke, and he was the first to kneel on one knee, swearing allegiance. We will follow your lead. Seeing this, the other Titan gods followed suit. Hades, you see, they are our own people. Meiti still seemed somewhat unconvinced, crossing her arms and confronting Hades directly. Meiti, it seems I have been too good to you in the past, which has made you so arrogant and foolish. Hades' face was gloomy, and the terrifying ultimate power on his body erupted instantly. The next moment, two pitch-black vines instantly appeared from the starry sky, directly binding Métis and hanging her in midair. The thorns covering the vines tore through Métis' dress directly, slicing her fair, delicate skin and letting blood seep out. Hades, what are you doing? You're hurting me. Shut up. Today I am going to make you recognize your own identity. Hades roared, and in the next second, a long whip appeared in his hand, lashing out fiercely at Métis. For a moment, Métis screamed in agony. Faintly, through her torn dress, one could even see the bloodstains revealed after she was whipped. Lord Hades, stop. Lord Hades, the queen of the underworld did nothing wrong, you shouldn't punish her. Lord Hades, if you must hit someone, hit me. The Titan gods looked on in horror. No one had expected Hades to be so ruthless, actually using whipping to punish Métis. Even Hypnos, who knew this was an act, was a bit stunned at this moment. He knew this was a bitter scheme by Hades and Métis, but surely they didn't need to play it so ruthlessly. At this moment, even Hypnos, who had always held a grudge against Métis, had to admit that Métis was indeed a virtuous helper and a good wife, to be willing to sacrifice herself to this extent for Hades. The previous prejudices were completely wiped away at this moment. Even in Hypnos's view, only a Métis who dared to fight like this was qualified to be the queen of the underworld. Even the Titan gods like Cronus, who had been watching these events from the shadows, were extremely shocked. If they had suspected before whether Hades and Métis were colluding, they no longer doubted it now. Perhaps Hades didn't care much, but being severely punished in front of all the gods was undoubtedly a great humiliation for the god being punished. Facing other gods in the future, the punished god would likely never be able to hold their head up again. None of the Titan gods would believe that Métis, who had only been married to Hades for a little over a year, could sacrifice herself to this extent for Hades. At this moment, in the eyes of the gods, Hades was genuinely enraged. And Métis was indeed, just as they thought, stunned and stupid, a brainless goddess. Lord Hades, please calm your anger. The queen of the underworld shares honor and disgrace with you, after all. Punishing her like this also diminishes your own dignity. Hypnos took a deep breath and hurriedly spoke. He knew that Hades must be feeling heartbroken right now, so he had to make him stop as soon as possible. If he hit her a few more times, Métis might actually suffer internal injuries. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.